6:30 p.m. We are meeting today live and in person at the Bright Campus, 637 Todd Hunter Avenue in West Sacramento. Everyone is here with the exception of Vice President Wong, who will be reporting from Spring Hill Suites by Marriott, the Dunes on Monterey Bay, located at 2015 10th Street in Marina, California. I did say we're already here, but I will go to a roll call. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Okay. Trustee Barnes.
Here.
Clerk Venegas.
Present.
Okay. And Vice President Wong.
Present.
And I too am here. We are going to go into closed session, and I'll announce the items being discussed in closed session. It's Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. And I will ask Mario, is there any public comment for closed session?
There are no public comments received.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are going to go into closed session. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, phone number 8684. Go ahead.
Hey, Mario, this is Daniel Gandara.
Oh, sounds good. I'll let them
I'm
know.
on tonight.
We'll call you when we get there. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Recording in
Testing, testing, testing.
We can hear you good.
Excellent.
On my AirPods.
You have to what?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, we are back from closed session. And this is the Washington Unified School District Board of Education meetings for October 14th, 2021. And we are back at 6:32 from closed session. Let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance and roll call. We'll do roll call first. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
Trustee Barnes,
Present.
Clerk Venegas, and Vice President Wong.
President in Monterey County.
President Monterey County. Okay,
That's why I'm not wearing a mask. and I'm
That's right.
alone.
that's awesome. Let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, there it is. Can I have Mario lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mario.
You're welcome.
Okay. Announcement of action taken in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Information Received. E2 Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. Information also received. Okay, moving on.
I think President Pizzotti just froze. Give us 1 second.
Would you like me to proceed? You are in the room with him. I don't know if would you like me to take over?
Yes, he did say.
Okay, great. So announcements of actions taken in closed session. Information E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, information received. E2, Government Code Section 5497.6, Conference with Labor Negotiations, WSTA, CSA, and Management, information received. Moving on to item I, approval of the agenda. At this time, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez, seconded by trustee Barnes. This has to be a roll call vote because I'm here. So clerk Venegas.
Try again. He says aye.
Okay. Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Pizzotti,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. So the agenda
Okay.
is adopted as is. Moving on to communications and celebrations. Principal Brittany Billingsley, River City High School, J1. Hey, Principal Billingsley.
Good evening. Good evening, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, and Cabinet. I am so excited to be here tonight. Believe it or not, third year here at River City, and this is my first board report. So I'm excited. So I will say that I have quite a few slides because I want to highlight all of the amazing work that RCHS is doing, but bear with me, I will not read every word, I assure you. So let's get started. The first slide that I want to present to you is actually our RCHS roadmap. This is a 3-year roadmap that I created with the blessing of our staff in order for clear communication and consistency throughout the campus. I'm highlighting this for you tonight because the board report specifically is going to target the transition and assessment that we are doing here at River City High School as we are coming back. I love to say post-COVID, but post-distance learning, right? So the first thing that we're really working on this year is the implementation of all of our new systems that we have here at River City High School in order to provide each of our students the supports that they need to be successful. And next year, we will then, of course, implement and refine, and then in year 3 we will refine and continue to grow. So I just wanted to give you this specific graphic so that you can see that River City has that overarching goal and plan for the campus and for the students. Next slide. So this year, if we were to have a motto for the year, it really is to build a culture of intervention and support. We recognize that coming from off the distance learning and the pandemic, that our students are going to need to acclimate to the campus and are going to need to have some connections and lots of support. So again, you're going to see that tonight in the presentation. With MTSS to begin. So our multi-tiered systems of support was actually developed mostly in distance learning because we recognized that we needed a clear and concise system of how we are going to meet the needs of our students. So just to give you an understanding, and the community an understanding, is when we notice that our students are going to need additional supports in addition to everything that students receive at the tier 1 level, we've created an electronic referral form. And this way we can accurately record all of the tier 2 and tier 3 supports that we are providing our students. The plan has been developed by our MTSS team, and they meet weekly. And part of this team is we have a teacher, we have an assistant principal, our social worker, counselors, and they all meet together, outreach, in order to identify what the needs of the students are per the referrals from the teachers. And with that, we give them approximately 4 weeks within our MTSS system to identify if there are improvements needed or additional steps that need to be taken. And then we identify whether we need to exit or we need to escalate those supports. Next slide. So I do also want to provide the board as well as the community some data tonight in order for you to get the full picture. So in 2021-22, we had 44 students that continued from last year's system. And of those, we have been able to exit 14 of our students. They have shown great progress this year in returning back to campus. 8 have exited because they're no longer enrolled, and 22 are continuing for additional support cycles. With that, we've got 33 new referrals since August, and since then we've been able to exit 10 students. So they have shown great progress and improvement. 21 are continuing to be reviewed, and 5 are awaiting the first team review. The top reasons for referrals that we are noticing this school year is grief, due to the passing of family members or friends, personal challenges such as anxiety, depression, home life, and challenges, absenteeism, or not performing to their abilities. We also want to highlight another system that we have put in place this year, because again, we recognize that we need to individualize our supports for our students. So we have created this particular return from suspension support plan. And I'm highlighting this for you because we want to ensure that students have a fresh start when they come back, and that we are providing them individualized strategies and skills in order for them to re-engage back onto campus after a suspension. So such things can be checking in with the social worker, checking in and out with campus supervisors, checking in with administration, and all part of this individualized plan is when the student returns, they are meeting with an assistant principal and their parent. They are signing that they recognize what needs to take place in order to re-engage back to campus. And we are finding this to be very successful this school year. So what supports our MTSS system and PBIS, which I'll highlight in a minute, is what's called Mending Matters. This actually is on the board agenda tonight for approval for this year. We started this last year in partnering with Mending Matters in order for us to have a systematized way of getting and hearing student voice. We recognize that our hearing from our high school students is so very important in our process, because oftentimes adults sit in a room and plan for them, absent their voices. So we wanted to make sure that we captured what they were feeling. Next slide. So what Mending Matters does for us is they have created a student advisory committee. And within that student advisory committee, they've identified surveys to push out to the whole student body. And then the student body takes the surveys. It comes back to the student advisory committee, which gives us that emotional temperature of what's happening on campus. What we do is we share this data with our staff and students, and we're looking at specific trends so that we know exactly what targeted supports our students need in order to address their specific needs on campus. And the next slide will give you a snapshot of what that data looks like. So this was last year's data that came to us, and this is what we're going to be continuing this year. So this was in distance learning. I do want everybody to know this is when they were at home. So you will notice that the majority of our students, 72% of them, were bored and unmotivated during distance learning. I don't think that that's news to anybody, but it was really interesting for us to know that because they were exhausted and tired, anxious and stressed and overwhelmed, isolated, lonely, disconnected. And so what this data provided us is information in order for us to provide the supports that we need to give them upon transitioning back to campus. And you will see in the next couple of slides what we have built based on this data. So based on the data, we recognize that the wellness of our students is definitely going to be a need, and not just physical wellness, right? But we also need to provide that mental and social emotional support. So we have built a center on campus. It's in the middle of our administration building, and we have named it the RISE Center. RISE is our acronym for PBIS because we are Raiders on the Rise. Next slide. And so all students have access to our RISE Center. And the purpose of our RISE Center is to provide them several options. So we have students coming in who can speak to a trusted adult, whether that's a social worker, administrator, counselor, or outreach. We have restorative practices and activities happening in our RISE Center. And we also have a lot of mindful activities. Our students are taking advantage of journaling, coloring, mindfulness games. We have stress ball, yoga mats. And one specific aspect is an isolation area we have created where students can de-escalate. So rather than just the old practice of sending them home because they're escalated, we want to make sure that we have options for them to de-escalate, take that time out, and then re-engage back into the classroom environment. So far on average, we have about 12 students daily that are utilizing the RISE Center. But what we want to definitely emphasize is that we are only allowing students 20 minutes in the RISE Center. It is a place for that transition, for that de-escalation. Unless the student is at risk, we really emphasize for students that we want to transition them back to the classroom. So this really supports that classroom environment. Next slide. And this is what it looks like, just to give you some pictures. So we have bean bags, flexible seating. You walk in and it's a very calm atmosphere with soft music. The lighting is dim. So again, all research-based strategies to help our students to feel safe and comfortable. In addition to that, we have implemented a system, an electronic hall pass system this year. And again, this supports our RISE Center. It supports our safety on campus. So traditional campuses and high schools, you'll see various passes that people will write and they'll go from one place to another. And it's very hard and challenging for us to identify where students are. We have 2,200 students on campus. And so what we have invested in is this e-hall pass system, next slide, that will allow for us to monitor and collect data on specifically what students are asking, where students are asking to go, what needs they have throughout the day, whether it's going to the nurse, the RISE Center, the restroom. We have allowed, this system has allowed also what's called AB polarity. This is a function where if students should not be around each other, we actually can contrive the system where they are not allowed to have a pass at the same time. We put a certain number of passes in the system. So if there's too many students out at one time, it will block students from actually leaving the classroom. So this measure has increased our safety on campus, as well as our data collection, because it's allowed us to identify how many students are utilizing the health center and the wellness center and other areas on campuses, on our campus. So transitioning from that into PBIS, because again, nothing is done at River City High School in isolation. Everything is working together in order to support the needs of our students. So our positive behavior intervention system, next slide, as you can see, is the acronym RISE. And I challenge you to come onto campus and ask our students what RISE means. I'm actually extremely proud of the response that our students have had when it comes to this specific program. I do a Monday morning RISE announcement, and students will sarcastically say, okay, we're rising today. But you know what? That means they know it and they know what our expectations are, and that makes me happy. So we are expecting not just of our students, but our entire community, that we are respectful of one another, that we are inclusive, that we are including everyone into the learning process and onto campus, that we are safe, and that we are engaged in the learning process as well as student activities on campus. So a really just celebration, next slide, that I want to share with the community is just this week, we had students standing for students. And it was our senior leaders on campus, our senior AVID leadership and peer mediation students who came together and said, you know what, I want to take back our campus. We recognize that we need to do some teaching and learning through student voices. And the students created a presentation, and we deployed this week out into classrooms, and every single classroom received the student presentation. Next slide. And now we have students taking a pledge and standing together and uniting together against violence, against destruction and disrespect. And we're standing and rising for all of the things that we truly believe in. So right now we have students taking the pledge. We have several hundred students that have already taken the pledge, and we're continuing to push that out to our community. It is on our website. So parents, if you are watching, the slides are there as well as the pledge. So I encourage everybody to take the pledge. So that is part of what we're doing here and to support PBIS. Next slide. So that is the social, emotional, and behavior side, but we also recognize that there is academic need. So this year we have created the Raider Cafe. Next slide. And this is the reason why it's called the cafe, is because it is providing and offering a menu of options and supports academically for our students. So we have what's called academic outreach, and that is our tutoring program on campus that are so many of our amazing teachers go above and beyond after school hours to come into the Raider Cafe and give tutoring, standards-based instruction. We have also created a peer tutoring program this year where we have 12 peer tutors who are being trained for small group and individual tutoring sessions to provide students that additional help, not just from teachers, but also from peer tutors. We are creating this University Commons atmosphere. What we really recognize with teenagers and our high school students is it's all about how they feel. You know, if they feel safe and they feel comfortable and they feel welcomed, they will come and get support. So we have purchased flexible seating. We are really making it a cafe atmosphere for our students to continue. And next slide, I think we have some data. Over 151 students have been served in our Raider Cafe. Around midterms, it was packed, as you can imagine. We have 15 participating teachers and staff, 12 fully trained peer tutors, and we are just, it's really getting traction, and I'm thoroughly impressed with how many students are taking advantage of this academic support that we're providing. Next slide. So just a little bit more of the peer tutoring because it is new. So we went through an application process because we wanted to make sure that, first of all, that the peer tutors were able to easily communicate with students, had those leadership skills, and had teacher recommendations. They're right now going through the training process in order to know what kinds of questions to ask the students, what to provide the students in terms of following up, giving students specific resources, those types of things. So this is just beginning. So next time I I'm here with all of you. I will definitely share some more information because this is brand new to River City. In addition, we have a new grant on campus supporting our 9th grade students. It's the HST grant, which means high school transition. It is through CAP. Next slide. California Academic Partnership Program, we have partnered with them in order to support our 9th graders because we recognize that our 9th grade students, the majority of them have not been on a campus since they were 7th graders. And that's a big jump from 7th grade to high school. And so what we're doing is we are building a mentorship program on campus where we are partnering, I think, and the next slide has some data, but we're partnering over 200 of our freshmen. And I want to emphasize, we're changing the language at River City High School. Oftentimes we use the language at risk. We're not using that. We're using students with promise. So we have 250 students with promise that have been identified that need additional support. And we right now have several mentors where we are going to partner 13 students with 1 adult. And those 13 students are going to get regular check-ins and parent feedback. We have a rubric that we have developed and a data collection form. And so what we're doing is we want to make sure that we don't wait. We don't want to wait until they're sophomores, juniors, or seniors to intervene. We want to intervene now. And with the help of this grant, we are able to provide those students the relationships that they need. And we're partnering the students very strategically. So we're looking at the whole child. So for example, the athletes who are students with promise will be partnered with our athletic director and so on. And so we just want to make sure that we're giving that additional support for our 9th graders. And this grant is going to help us to do that. Next slide. So in addition to all of that, we have a new virtual academy on campus, the River City Virtual Academy. And this academy is thriving. So as many of you know, we've had independent study here, a program here at River City for quite some time. And we have taken that model and we have grown it to really meet the needs of the 128 students who are enrolled in our virtual academy. We have 31 freshmen, 29 sophomores, 33 juniors, and 28 seniors. 89% of them are on track and making progress. In fact, not only that, but they're finishing their classes. There are 4 classes that they're in early. So we're going to continue to accelerate the students so that they are enriched and continuing that process. So it's very fluid. We treat the virtual academy students the very same that we would on-campus students. So those that are not making the progress that we want, they go through our MTSS system in order to provide that extra additional support. And then we identify with the parents, is the virtual academy the right placement for them? And we adjust based on those conversations. And the next slide is the amazing team of teachers that we have. I'm so proud of this team. They're working so hard. I cannot just sing their praises enough. We have a new on board, a new teacher who is supporting our SPED students, and she is such a wonderful new hire. So it really is a robust program meeting the needs of all of our kiddos. Okay, we can't have a River City presentation without athletics. So we, of course, have a huge athletic program here at River City. Fall sports has been busy and very successful. Next slide. We are very proud to just highlight the fact that our athletes, with everything going on, the transition back to campus, having to, just adjust to all of those needs, as well as then do the homework and sports. We have an amazing GPA of our athletes. 3.5 or higher for, as you can see here, for so many of our athletes. And on average, 261 total athletes. I mean, they all passed with, and as you can see, 157 of them had a 3.5 GPA. So juggling athletics as well as everything that a high school student has to juggle, we're really, really proud. National Signing Day, our first National Signing Day is Wednesday, November 10th. Mark your calendar. So we, of course, will have a ceremony at the River City High School gym to celebrate those wonderful athletes. And the next slide is just to put the faces to our athletes. And these are our September and October athletes of the month. So we're very proud of these Raiders. In addition are some programs I want to highlight. Next slide is our CTE programs. So we, as you know, CTE did actually a really amazing job in distance learning, still connecting with students and providing them what they need. But as we all know, CTE programs are best in person, right? So they have hit the ground running and they are putting on productions, creating, programming. You can see the little circle drone that they have. They're flying in the classroom. And of course, our culinary students are knocking it out of the park with all the yummy food that they're making. Next slide. And here is our anatomy students labeling their specific parts, dissecting, and their precision. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that we have several CTE programs on campus, and they are they're thriving, and the students are loving being back with that hands-on learning that CTE provides. And our AVID program, this is something that's really important to highlight because AVID is near and dear to my heart. And so I just wanted to highlight, this is last year's AVID data, but I think it's really important to show and highlight the fact that this is what our AVID program does every year. So as you can see, 100% of retention in AVID here at River City High School. And for those of you that know the AVID program, it's a pretty rigorous program for our students, but it does have a lot of support. We also have 100% of students who apply to college. Of that, last year, 41% went to a 2-year and 59% is attending a 4-year university. So these are, it's great data to show that, 91% of students get accepted because the AVID program provides that additional support that our students are looking for, as well as the social network that they need to have that family-like atmosphere. Next slide. All right, upcoming events and celebrations. I will end with this last slide, or not last slide, second to last slide. It is homecoming week. So if I'm looking a little tired, you might know why. It has been a busy week here at River City. Tomorrow is our homecoming game. The student section will be white out, and it is going to be really busy with, of course, our community cheering on the Raiders. We're having finally a whole school rally tomorrow. We are doing it safely in the stadium outdoors. And so the students are really excited about that. And then we are ending the week on Saturday with our first dance, the Homecoming Enchanted Garden. We're doing it out here in the quad area. It's going to be beautifully lit. And the students are coming together, and we've sold a lot of tickets. So we're really excited to bring all of our kids back together and to get that high school experience that they all deserve. And I think this is the last slide. This week we had PSAT, and we had 202 students who took the PSAT. So we're really proud of them because this is a volunteer. Thank you to the district who pays for them to take the PSAT. That's such a wonderful opportunity for our kids, and 202 of them took it this week, and They were really tired afterwards, but they were happy they did it. Opening night of our first on-site production since we have been back, Addams Family, is next Friday. So we are opening it to families first. And of course, with the extra tickets that we have, we will put that out to our community. October 25th through the 29th, we're doing a full anti-bullying week campaign. So more information to come out to the community of how we are, remember, highlighting that inclusion and making sure that everybody is safe on campus and respected. November 2nd, we are getting into that college application season. So we are having a virtual college fair. This is a wonderful, for any senior parents out there that are listening, this is a great opportunity for your student to log in, and they actually can have one-on-one sessions with admissions counselors from various colleges around our country. So I highly recommend seniors to definitely log on to that. And finally, I just want to leave with what one of our main goals this year. I actually started at year one, but that's okay. We're going to continue it this year. And that is to create a mission and vision for River City High School. We have a mission and vision for the district, but we actually do not have River City's own mission and vision statements. So we are going to be creating that, and we will be sending out invitations to the community, to the board members, to the district office to come and contribute your thoughts on how you see River City High School and how you would like it to be to support all of our students. So as you can see, we have a lot going on here at River City, and thank you so much. I'm honored to be able to present on behalf of all of the Raiders. I'm so proud of the staff here and the entire community. So thank you very much.
And students, right? Mission and vision will include students.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Principal Billingsley. Hang on one quick second. Mario, was there any public comment on this item?
There was no public comment for this
All
item.
right. So trustees, do we have any comments or questions? All right, good. We'll start off with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Oh, Principal Billingsley, I so appreciate you. And this was just incredible, the way that you're using data in all ways to support students, both for their social emotional well-being and also their academic well-being, is really powerful. And every single slide, I just felt blue ribbon school, right? So I really, really appreciate all that you do. I think about the implications that this could have to our other schools, specifically the Student Advisory Committee, and all the work that you're doing around surveying students, getting their input, especially their social emotional input, and how maybe we can transfer that over, pieces of that, into our other schools, into our preschool 8 schools. I know that we're going to hear tonight about wellness centers for them, and I wonder if there are some places for overlap with all that you're doing in your RISE Center. I also think about how we can do a call to action for our community to help to donate some things to the RISE Center and to wellness centers around our districts. I know I bought you actually for the RISE Center kinetic sand, and then my daughter came home and I was playing with it. It was just so soothing. So I think that we need to have our next board retreat, actually, probably in the RISE Center, so that everyone can have a taste of it. It's just this really powerful, special place to be. So I could go on and on. I won't. I just really, so much gratitude to you, the entire team. It's always been a campus that I have just really, really enjoyed being on, and you have brought a lot of skill and expertise and care to River City. So thanks for all you do.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Can Trustee Barnes, did you have some?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Huh. My AirPods are working. Yeah, I am so proud to be a part of this district. Same. I was curious about the e-Pulse really quickly.
Mhm.
How do you make that? Does it like smart tablets, or phone? How do they how is it electronic?
So it's a web-based system, and they the teachers have access to it, and then the students, now that we're one-to-one, the students actually generate their own pass, and it goes to the teachers, and the teachers either approve it or deny it.
Oh, cool.
And then we have all of our secretaries also have it up on their computers, so that, and in the specific areas, so like the nurse's office, Rice Center, everybody has it. So then when the student comes, all they do is they just look up that they actually have an e-hall pass, and then they admit them to where they're going. The students may not like it as much, but we have found it to be very successful, just in terms of really being able to locate where our students are all the time.
That's really cool. I love it. Well, thank you. And yeah, all of it is amazing. I agree. I could go on and on too, but I am so, so proud of this district and of the high school. And I was thinking, I can't wait till my girls get there. That's so cool. I hope they have all the fun opportunities and incredible opportunities to just be positive and encouraging. It's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Venegas.
Hear me? Yes. My goodness, that was one of my favorite presentations like ever. You need to present more often, please. So I need to give you that round of applause. That was beautiful. I'm just thinking to myself, I need to go buy myself some Raider gear. I need to stop by and just sport that all week. I'm definitely doing my best to make it out. Can I go watch the game? I can go right tomorrow? Yeah, I'm definitely doing my best to being out there and supporting our Raiders. Thank you for, I was excited to hear about the mentorship and just the peer-to-peer mentoring. I know that it's powerful, and we're really allowing the opportunity for trust to be built. And I believe that that's what our campuses need, our community needs, and who better to exemplify it than our students, right? So thank you for allowing that opportunity to happen. When speaking about CTE, something I do want to mention that I personally have been working on with other school districts around building and just planting the seed as we hear more about mental health, more about wellness, more about fitness and health conscious. How can we really come together and build pathways around the field of around mental health, around wellness? How do we use our wellness centers as part of a training facility, as a sense to create pathways? Because I know a lot of times when I speak to younger adults, the pathways have been the same for so long, and how do we just jump ahead of it and start to create opportunities to as we're learning more about ourselves, how can we get into that field and really drive that curiosity? So something I definitely want to plant. A question I did have for the surveys, when we're surveying our students, are we asking ethnicity, gender? Like, are we asking those questions so we can really get a hold of the demographic when we're getting the data back? Are we asking those questions in the surveys?
That's a great question. The Mending Matters surveys, I don't believe that we are, but when we do the Healthy Kids survey, though, that's when we collect that data.
Okay. Let me see what else. I love the at promise. Thank you for that. I know, I believe I was having a conversation with Dr. Hildreth and really talking about, we speak a lot, we use the terminology a lot of underserved, but I want these students in these communities to feel well-deserved, right? The well-deserved students. So thank you for doing that. It does change that mindset, and that, when students believe in their own value, in their own voice, it makes a world of a difference. And I thank you for leading that charge. Thank you to everybody at River City for truly taking action, right? Not waiting. I love the urgency in your voice, and I'm a man of action, so I loved it. It connected with me, and I hope that anybody that's in the community watching this, they really take that to heart. And we're definitely making an impact. So thank you so much to everybody at River City and Washington Unified for stepping in and making that impact continuously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Brittany, it's only been 3 years, and your tenure with us has majority been COVID. And so I just want to acknowledge how phenomenal this is. Data driven. You came, you hit the ground running. I remember the evening we hired you, and just, it was just like yesterday. And then COVID hit, and I am so grateful for your vision and your leadership and the support of your team to get ahead of the trauma, making sure that campus is healing center. And I love the rise, like just building on what I know that Stan started of, like this concept of rising up. Kids are, I'm glad they're making fun of it. That means, like, to your point, it's sticking in, right? Like they're getting it. And so just so grateful for your yes, grateful for you sticking with us through this time. It's just amazing. So thank you for that. And that's all. I am out of town clearly, so I can't make the homecoming game. I always like to go to those games for a number of reasons. Let me know if you need chaperones on Saturday. Happy to be a chaperone.
We do,
Oh.
please. It's an outdoor dance, lots of exits
Yeah.
and entrances, so we can.
Yeah. I mean,
We could
because, you
use
know,
it.
like when I was at my school, maybe like you needed somebody to look after the Jackie. So Jackie's up to no good. So I needed to figure out who that is. So, but anyways, yeah, let me know. Happy to show up. I can't dance because I have a broken foot, but if you're serious, happy to spend some time chaperoning.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate
So.
that.
Well, thank you, Vice President Wong, and Principal Billingsley. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. And I'm not going to belabor the point. Everybody can see just how great of a job you're doing and creating a culture there that is so positive and so great for our kids. I did have a couple of questions. Oh, I did want to say thank you for making the homecoming dance happen. That, you know, once we heard that from the student, it really kind of hit home to us. Like, they're finally back at school. They really want this to happen. And I do appreciate you doing what you could to make this a wonderful, almost, normal like event, right? Like, we're trying to climb out into some kind of normalcy, and having a dance is really a big emblem of that. And so I really wanted to say we really appreciate that. In terms of the e-hall pass, I think that's brilliant. And it can also tell, I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, it can also be data points collected in terms of like how many people are using the Rise Center on a daily basis. Is that
Correct.
it is? Okay. So do you have an average on that? Do you have an understanding of how many kids are taking advantage of the Rise Center daily?
Yeah, we have an average of 12 daily taking advantage.
That's great. And then let's see. The HST grant, so that's providing 13 to 1 in terms of student to adult ratio. So are those adults, are they staff, or are they, okay, so the grant is supplementing the staff's pay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
That's great. That's just what I wanted to know. Okay, perfect. So thank you again. And I appreciate you staying in your office this late at night to hang out with us and spend the evening making your presentation. It shouldn't have taken 3 years for you to finally make your first school presentation to the board, but we do appreciate it, and we appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, moving on. We are on to K1, the student board member report, Austin Bush, Washington Middle College, where we are exactly at right now, except for VP Wong.
Good evening. My name is Austin Bush Estrada. I'd like to thank the board and the trustees and everyone involved for allowing me to present here.
I'm going to try that again. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. So this is the student board report for October 11th, and we'll start with Bridgeway, I suppose. So in Bridgeway, we're doing anti-bullying month in October, and the leadership has been promoting Unity Day by specifically wearing orange for October 20th. The fourth grade has been making maps of California using Salto for social studies for geographic lessons and such. And third graders worked on applying math skills to finding the perimeters of their classrooms in real world ways. The seventh grade English class has been using the Tarver Academy programs as a starting point for writing and discussions in class, and they were even mentioned by the program, Mr. Tarver, in a shout out by one of his videos. Next slide, please. For Elkhorn Village, 176 students over that amount were recognized for perfect attendance, and the peer mediation programs that were implemented by Elkhorn have been starting out as a good success, and they're making impact on the student body. For Riverbank, school-wide activities promoting conflict resolution between students to have a more empathetic environment and to promote like education about boundaries between students through certain activities for the student body. And they are implementing a great kindness challenge to encourage students to build a more positive environment throughout the school. And they also want to give thanks to their noon duties for their hard work in supporting students through conflict mediation and through all of their recess activities. Southport Elementary wanted to give thanks to all of the students, parents, and family members involved for their fall fundraiser, and they also are excited to see their students receive their co-ops for selling items. And they're going to continue their program of college and career wear Wednesdays, where they wear clothing material from certain trade schools or colleges. Their Spirit Day is the last Friday of every month. This October 29th is going to be their pattern day. The fourth grade students are doing programs about Native Californians, and they've made their own dolls from reed and corn husk. And the fifth grade students in Southport are learning about woolly mammoths and totem poles through creative projects. Southport's going to be doing a social media parent talk about the different usage and effects on students from social media, the different ways it can affect their psychology and performance and so on. And it's going to be on October 20th from 5:30 to 6:30. It's going to be a Zoom meeting. And there's also going to be a workshop for 4th to 8th graders about their digital footprint, like the records of them online and how they can be more, careful and safe regarding that. That's very important. And in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, there's going to be challenges for students about writing about artists and music and food and culture and languages regarding Hispanic culture. And there's also going to be a bilingual Cinderella story in the VAPA with Miss Molyneux. Westmore Oaks thanking Walmart for a $1,400 investment to their school. And they're also talking about their fire prevention rallies for fire readiness among students in terms of safety readiness. And Mrs. Garcia's science class at Westmore Oaks has been doing very important and productive work for putting together solar energy chargers, which are going to benefit schools with lesser funding, but are also going to be going to refugee camps to really help those who are in need of those resources, which I think is very productive. For Westfield, there's going to be middle schoolers who are trained for peer mediation with the instructors, Ms. Monica Valdez and Mr. Barrera. And these students are basically training to be better at mediating certain issues at their school. And I also want to thank a social worker, Mrs. Maria Jaquez, for bringing a presentation about vaping, drugs, and smoking to their campus to educate their students about some of the risks and consequences of that. The Virtual Academy, the WUVA Virtual Academy, has been having third grade researching landmarks and writing essays about these landmarks, as well as recording the product of their work. And the teachers at this virtual academy participated in a professional learning day on Tuesday with instructional coaches and TOSAs. And they've had their first Spirit Week, the week of October 4th. And the students of August and September had their assemblies for student achievement. The Opportunity Academy has gained more students to participate in their programs, They've began their Green Light Go orientation. In fact, they've completed it, and they're looking forward to the participation that their interns are going to bring to their school. I think it's going to benefit their community as a whole. Washington Adult School, 3 more students achieved full-time employment from the pre-apprentice construction program they have there. And 3 more students are within graduation of their diplomas through these programs. And they have 2 of their PLCs, both of their PLCs actually, they have 2, identifying how to support adult learner preference, which of course is going to be important for that school. For YOLO High, we had 2 students graduate, and they began a program with their biology class being involved with a Fiery Ginger Farm. And esports, thanks to Washington's own Principal O'Neill, has gotten their esports team up and running. And recently there was a flag football match, which the athletes from YOLO participated very well in against the Atalanta High School from Roseville. And then at Washington Middle College High School, the Bright campus is hosting free COVID-19 tests, and on Tuesday and Thursday. And it was great to see a raft of otters from Riverbank visit Tuesday to get tested for COVID. Yesterday, the students at WMCHS hosted our annual SAT day, providing annual free in-school providing of PSATs and SAT testing. And over half of our seniors at our school took the SAT. And we also want to thank River City for their invite of our school to the homecoming. It's great to be involved with the Raiders in that way, and we very much appreciate that invitation. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you for having me, and I hope it was informational and useful.
Thank you, Austin. And I just wanted to let you know that because you are a student board member, and I put this out to all the student board members, you're welcome to stay on and provide any input that you want on any agenda items if you're interested. It's certainly not mandatory, but we do welcome the input of our students. So since you are a student board member, you're more than welcome to stick around and give us your feedback on any of the agenda items.
Thank you. And I welcome the opportunity, and I will stick around for a minute.
All right. Thank you, Austin. That's great. Okay. Moving on to K2, WSTA report. Is Doug Nick on?
I'm here.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti. Good evening, trustees. In the spirit of our recent agreements at the bargaining table, tonight's WSTA report will be brief and mostly celebratory. I'd like to extend appreciation on behalf of the WSTA members to the WSTA and WSUSD bargaining teams for their exhaustive work to complete our health and safety MOU and leave side letter. Most folks do not truly understand the time and dedication that go into the bargaining process. Since March 13th of 2020, negotiations have been infinitely more demanding on all negotiating parties. Bargaining targets are always changing as guidance changes, and the contentious feelings of many in the public compound challenges faced on both sides of the table. It is also important to make clear that the WSTA bargaining team is uncompensated for this tremendous amount of work. During the day, they are outstanding educators, and by night, they are superheroes of service to their fellow educators. In honor of those in WSTA and WSTA cabinet, USD cabinet, who have put in countless hours over the past year, thank you. Thank you very much. While I'm thrilled to discuss the success of our safety MOU, I remain concerned about the status of our collective work on the MOU for the Independent Study Program WSD has created through language in Assembly Bill 130. Unfortunately, morale amongst our independent study teachers is very problematic. I am hoping some of them will speak to you tonight. They're putting in a tremendous number of hours with inadequate prep and enormous expectations. And just to tell you, I've talked to several who are working through the night, staying up past midnight, getting up at, someone told me they even got up at 2:30 in the morning to try and do what they need to do for the number of students we have and the staffing that we have. My team is working with these dedicated teachers to try and address the multitude of issues and problems that have become apparent. I highly encourage the school board and superintendent to become more involved. If our desire is to create a stable and continuing program, we need to make a greater effort to reach out to the educators who are facilitating it and address their valid concerns. You only get one chance to build a foundation. My entire leadership team has real doubts about the stability of WUVA's foundation currently. And I've heard some terrific things about the program itself. I've heard some good things about, students doing well, and that's fantastic. But success shouldn't be built on the back of our teachers with undue expectations. And so I know we're just new into this, and I know we're trying to figure it out. But we're facing real burnout here. And I can tell you for a fact that the teachers in the academy do not feel heard. We've had several meetings with them, and the meetings have been filled with emotion and tears. And so I just really request that our cabinet, our superintendent, and our school board reach out and find out what's going on. Lastly, I'd like to celebrate the outstanding efforts being put out by WUSD students. The last year and a half has been so incredibly challenging for everyone. Students have had to adjust to virtual learning, hybrid learning, and then the challenges presented by returning in person. They have demonstrated their determination and fortitude at every twist and turn COVID has presented. This week, our elementary and K-8 schools are conducting student-teacher conferences. The level of progress students have made in just 46 days of school is remarkable and heartening. Every year I teach, I become more amazed at the capability of our students here in West Sacramento. Thank you, WUSD educators, for always prioritizing students regardless of outside noise and politics. They have risen to your expectations. And with that, I say thank you and good night.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your comments. We are going to go to the CSEA report, K3, Daniel Gandara.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, Daniel, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, Board President Pizzotti, and trustees. First, let me say Doug is a hard one to follow. I'd first like to say that CSEA has successfully ratified our COVID MOU also. It is on the agenda tonight for board approval, and we fully support the board's approval. We know that negotiations are a compromise, and you settle on some things and you give up on other things. With that being said, I would like to talk about WUSD. Here at the district, we talked about community and family and how we here at Washington Unified School District care about our employees' health and well-being. I want to go on the record saying that the district divided all its employees by only offering one group a benefit and not the other group the same benefit. How is this equitable? The district could have offered an extension of SB 95 to all employees, no matter if you're a classified, certificated, or management, but it chose not to. I mentioned in prior board updates that we are taught since we were young that actions speak louder than words. So when we divide or segregate one group of employees based on their own personal choice or healthcare decisions, that is not equitable. We understand how negotiations work, and like any government entity, it starts from the top and goes down. I ask you, our school board, to think about what's fair and equitable for all our district employees. Shouldn't the employees all receive the same benefit to protect all of us? If the district wants to incentivize its employees to get vaccinated, then I think you shouldn't hold their health or way of living hostage. Cutting into an employee's leave doesn't only affect the employee, but also their children at home and their household. I don't think that's the message you want to push as a district. The district can offer another form of incentive that will not negatively impact the employees. And CSA did try to offer in negotiations. So I asked the board to extend SB 95 to all employees. We have already set the groundwork through negotiations on the guidelines to receive that benefit, to avoid misuse of it. Next, I would like to bring up independent studies and virtual academy. As we know, this will play a big factor this year, if not next for sure. I would like for the district to meet with classified staff and get their views on what would make these processes run smoother, from tech department to office staff to youth outreach specialists, who have all taken on additional duties related to quarantines. Let me be clear, I don't mean talk to the directors of those departments, but talk to the employees who are actually doing the work and dealing with the scenarios. We classified can help. The last thing I would like to talk about tonight is a few meetings back when there was an action item to contract out for nurses. It was brought up by the school board that maybe we don't pay our employees enough. I couldn't agree more with that statement. I would like to just touch on a few classifications. The first one is being health aides. Let me start by saying I will never take away the education, knowledge, and experience of our district nurses. But my classified health aides are at school sites 5 days a week and doing the same job duties. The health aides are responsible for administering insulin shots, medication to our students, and also monitoring their blood sugar, amongst other duties to keep our children of this district not only safe, but alive. So I think the district should really look into that classification and give them something comparable and a fair wage. I think we should also look into the increasing their pay and compensation them fairly. Next are our paraeducators who work side by side with our brothers and sisters in WSTA. Again, I would never take away the teacher's education and experience, but the paraeducators also assist and play a vital role in educating our students. I would like for our district to also look into these classifications. Nothing stops the district from initiating the reclass process if it would like to fairly compensate an entire classification and not just individuals outside Article 17. And also the last thing I would like to touch on, I believe it's going to be discussed this evening, was we got numbers for the employee vaccination status. And I'll just speak on classified. I know the numbers on it'll be presented to you later on this evening, I'm sure. But my question for the unvaccinated is, who is unvaccinated? Is there a breakdown of the percentage of the unvaccinated that haven't replied to the Inform K form? What's the percentage of classified that have contracted COVID and cannot get vaccinated for 90 days? And I know this is true because at one point in time, this happened to me, where you have to wait 90 days after you're COVID positive. And so I would like to see if HR or the district has reached out to those individuals and gotten a true fair number of what's going to be presented tonight on the unvaccinated. With that, you guys have a good evening and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate your comments. All right, we're moving on to L1, public comments. And Mario, do I have any public comments? General public comments, I should say.
There was one pre-submitted, but it's agenda item specific, and there's a request for a later item, so no general public comments.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. So there are no public comments. Moving on to feedback. Moving on to M, public hearings. There are none. Moving on to N, N1, information discussion. No, somebody's got their mic open. There we go. I think that's better. There we go. N1, iReady personalized instruction information, Stan Moises, Assistant Superintendent, Ed Services, and Matt Ainsworth, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Professional Learning.
Thank you, President Pizzotti and all the trustees this evening. As you know, last spring, our district started implementing iReady as a diagnostic assessment in order to give our teachers and educators a better ability to analyze the growth of our students in English language arts and math standards. In addition to having this data, a critical component is how we use the data and help students make progress. Last spring, as our Ed Services team put together recommendations on how to use AB 86 funds in order to accelerate learning, our team identified the personalized instruction component of iReady as something that could be a very powerful tool that could support the teaching and provide targeted instruction to every student's strengths and areas of growth, which would assist in placing students into personalized lesson plan paths based on their strengths and weaknesses. And in order to determine the effectiveness of this tool, Director of Curriculum and Instruction and Professional Learning, Mr. Matt Ainsworth, has been working with a team of teachers to pilot the program, and he's here tonight to give us insights into that process and what the team has to say. Matt, can you take it away?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Good evening, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, and Cabinet. Like Assistant Superintendent Moist said, we wanted to share information on our pilot program for the iReady Personalized Instruction Program. So Mario, you can jump ahead to, that's what Stan just summarized. Jump ahead one more. Thank you, Mario. So this started back in the spring of 2021 with our license for iReady. It included the personalized instruction program for teachers to use last year if they chose to. We had quite a few teachers utilize this tool. And over the summer, we had many teachers reach out to see if that was something that we could continue to support. So we worked with our iReady partners to develop a pilot team to test out this program during the first quarter of this year. The pilot team first started in August before school started. We had an optional meeting and a training from the iReady staff. We had 25 teachers join the team at that time. And you could see that with each training and each session, the pilot team grew and grew up to the point where we just turned it on for all teachers to use this great resource, collecting feedback, providing training, and monitoring student progress along the way. This is the teacher view for each student. This is what the student's placement would be for each domain, and a teacher would have one of these reports for each student for both reading and math. And this is where the teachers would be able to see the current grade level placement in each of these domains. This is a sample student. You can see that this student has been placed in early fourth grade for vocabulary and the comprehension domains. At the top, you could see they tested out of those 3 domains. There where you see the exclamation triangle there with comprehension, this is a really incredible tool for the teachers to be able to be notified when a student is taking these personalized lessons. Kobe, are you clapping for me? Sorry.
Sorry, I got a bug flying right in front of me now. Sorry.
It's all right. I thought you were really excited about it.
We're always cheering you on. Triangle. You know this.
It notifies the teacher when a student has not passed a lesson after 2 attempts, recommends additional resources. There are dozens and dozens of resources for each domain in their toolbox, in their tools for instruction that teachers can access and assign and pull students for targeted direct instruction to help them support along their path. The next view you'll see here, when a student passes a lesson, they get to move on to the next lesson on their personal path. The best thing about these lessons is that some can be automatically generated based on their performance on their diagnostic. But you can see here that the teacher can assign a specific review that is happening for the instruction that's happening in class, or to provide some targeted intervention to meet the needs of each of their students. So we're really excited to share some data on student results from their personalized instruction. So we in the past month alone, we've had over 2,100 students in 1st through 8th grade participating in personalized instruction. And again, this is just the teachers who are choosing to pilot this program. So we zoomed in, we looked closely at our results by our demographics and our subgroups. And one thing that stands out is every single group is finding success. I was so excited to put this together. We've never seen data like this where all of our groups are finding equitable and accessible success. You can see district-wide, our math results are about 88% of our students are passing their lessons. For reading, it's about 77%. But again, you'll see that each demographic is right around the same range. At the very bottom, we looked at our English learners, and you can see that in math, our English learners are outperforming the non-English learners in their success rate for percentage of lessons passed. So it's really exciting to see this equitable success for our subgroups with this tool. So it's been really exciting to watch this growth. The driving force behind this program and the pilot process has been our classroom teachers. This is definitely a tool and a need that is being driven by our teacher leaders who are participating in this pilot. We wanted to gather some teacher input, so we put together a feedback form. Sorry, it's really small. But the 2 graphs, we asked teachers to rate the likelihood of using. The top left is the math lessons, and the bottom right is the reading lessons. You can see about 97% of teachers rated a 4 or 5 that they would use it moving forward. 94% said that they wanted to use the reading moving forward. We have some teacher testimonials that they put in their feedback. It's been overwhelmingly positive, and there's been a lot of teacher support and excitement. On the next slide, you could see we had some teachers who wanted to share a testimonial with the board tonight, so we wanted to include their testimonies. So thank you, Ms. Junk and Ms. Reeves for submitting that. But really, what we were excited to share is we have one of our teachers joining us to share the success that they have seen in their own classroom. So joining us tonight is 4th grade teacher Chad Rosenberg from Southport. And he's going to share some of his successes that he's seen with personalized instruction in his own classroom. Chad, take it away.
Good evening. This is my 5th year in the district and my first time speaking with you all. So I am very pleased to be here tonight. And it's interesting because they always say, oh, the board meetings are so boring. I have not been bored at all. I'm really excited about what I've seen tonight. And so thank you for inviting me. I hope to be back soon. So 5th year here, but in my entire career, I've always had a passion, belief, and commitment in the success of all my students. Every single one, I want them to be successful, and I know they can be. And I've never had a more integrated tool than iReady to help me accomplish that goal and help the students accomplish their goals. And so I'm just going to break this down real quickly into 4 parts. So tier 1, our standard align units that I help work on in those teams, this integrates perfectly with those standard align units. So what I'm teaching, what the other curriculums that I'm using are teaching, I can reinforce that with iReady for independent work time. As well, tier 2, I can reinforce students who have some gaps in their learning or students are ready to move on. I can give each student a pathway to their success. Where it really gets interesting is when we get to the tier 3, which is the students who are far outside the bounds of our normal expectations. And that can be in either direction, either students who are really struggling and who are 1, 2, or 3 grade levels below, and also those students who are maybe qualified and are looking to achieve higher levels. In each case, I can provide a concrete pathway for them to be successful, either in intervention or with extension. And on top of that, because of that integration with the data that comes from the diagnostic, again, it's that integration that's really magical, because I'm getting the breakdown of the students' skills and knowledge, and then I'm able to track their progress in real time. This is parent communications, just so much more fluid, and really just giving them more concrete information that they can use. And even when I'm explaining to a parent that their student is currently 1 or 2 grade levels behind, I can put it in a positive term. Look at the progress they're making. Look at the plan we have in place. The student and I have a plan. I'm confident, he's confident, she's confident, and it turns what would normally be a sort of negative interaction into a positive one for all involved. And then finally, what I'll call tier 4. I know we don't have tier 4 in our MTSS, but it's just as a dad, as a father who has a student who really struggles with math and has had reading struggles in the past, and having iReady has been just a godsend for me as a parent. And afternoons that were just always filled with frustration and tears into ones where my son can feel successful. iReady changes the game in terms of what success looks like, because as Matt was showing, 88% of students are achieving success. That doesn't mean they were achieving that level of success the first time they attempted each skill. Oftentimes my students, and my son will get 25, 30, 40, 50% on the first go round. Traditionally, we would look at that and say, well, that's an F, and they would get that back on their paper. Now we just say, excellent, you've got a third of it, you've got 40% of it, you've got half of it. We just have to get the second half. What wasn't working, we can do some reading in between those times. All right, where were you getting stuck? Oh, it was this. Teach. All right, let's do it again. And then they get 80, 90, 100%, and they're just beaming ear to ear. So that's pretty much it. I couldn't be more pleased to be here at the district and all the things that we're doing. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Chad.
Thanks, Chad. Chad, you're a natural. There's no one would believe that was the first time that you shared at a board meeting. That was great. So this last little bit is the ongoing professional learning that's going to be provided for our staff, not just with personalized instruction, but supporting our teachers and staff on monitoring their students' growth throughout the school year. The key now is for teachers to feel comfortable monitoring and analyzing their students' results, setting growth goals with the students, and continuing to support and foster that growth moving forward. We've also let our site leaders and our department chairs, they have the opportunity to contact directly with iReady trainers to bring those trainings to their PLT meetings when they have their whole team together to have those common discussions. So we just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share this information about this valuable resource that our teachers have been piloting during the first quarter. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. I'm gonna first go to public comment. Mario, do we have any public comment on this?
No public comments received.
Okay, and we had none submitted. Let's start with Clerk Venegas. Do you have anything? No.
I am loving the enthusiasm tonight. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Mr. Matt Ainsworth. I do. I'm like Mr. Chad Rosenberg said, it wasn't boring tonight. So I'm glad. I'm glad it wasn't boring. Yeah, I'll make it very simple. It sounds like with iReady, the presentation was beautiful. I've heard some teachers talk about taking the coach approach to teaching, and it sounds like that's what this allows our teachers to do is give them more of a guidance as to how to coach our students up to that level of proficiency. So just I'll make that simple, and if it's a tool, and that's Mr. Chad Rosenberg, thank you for your presentation as well and your testimony. It is great to see our teachers in being enthusiastic about a tool that works for them, and if it makes our students get that early win and really, like, you guys talked about feeling that success and get into that rhythm of learning. I feel the enthusiasm, and thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong, go ahead.
Go Ducks. Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg, for Go Ducks. I also have acknowledged that there was a mammoth picture that my daughter created in the Southport. So I'm sure that was intentional, but loving that. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. I know there was a lot of conversation when we were purchasing iReady, a lot of just consternation from some people, and just really great to see the data. I mean, you can't get away from the data at some point, right? Like, and it's working, and it's helping to tailor that learning for each and every child. When we say by name and by need, this is what's happening. So really, thank you for piloting it, and thank you for letting us know. And I would say all board meetings are exciting in some way or another, right? The question is, it's all your perspective. So I'm going to put that out there. So join us, tune in. I find a lot of comic relief sometimes when you walk away and you go back and watch it again. We're comedy. So thank you. We are comedy.
We are, definitely, for sure. Thank you, Vice President Wong. Yeah, Mr. Rosenberg, we definitely, we do appreciate the little backhanded compliment. We love that. We're not boring. I will go to Trustee Barnes.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of it. All I want to say is that I'm excited to actually see this and use it at some point, because mine are too young still. So next year, but I'd like to get a better idea by looking at the actual application itself. I haven't seen that yet. So, but yeah, totally awesome. I love it. I love it.
I'll bring my daughter's Chromebook over and have her run it through with you. Mhm. Yeah. At kinder age. Yeah. So
I guess ours aren't doing it till third.
yeah.
They can, but they're not. So I haven't seen it.
Okay. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I think our student board member may not be here. Okay. I was going to defer to him first. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you for the data and the work that you have done. Clearly, this has been done in a thoughtful way, bringing on teachers, and a lot of teachers who volunteered at a pretty challenging time in everyone's career. So thank you to all of the people who volunteered and piloted this. Thank you for your enthusiasm, Chad, and hearing how it's working for your children. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into this rollout. My questions are, in Washington Unified, how do we ensure here that it is effectively and appropriately used for our students? So I saw a lot of professional development days. Does that look like something that all of our teachers will go through, or is this going to continue to be a volunteer process until a future date?
That's it. Those are great questions. I'll answer that first one just about ensuring how it's used effectively. There's the two pieces, right? Obviously, the professional learning aspect, which we're experimenting with both the optional trainings after school that would paid for teachers, but we're also wanting to push into their PLC time with the support of their site administration or their department chairs. And those meetings are great because the department chairs work directly with iReady to get the training that their team is telling them that they need. We've created kind of general agendas, but they said, no, I want this. We want to dive deeper into our subgroup data, or we want to look at this math specific domain. So the flexibility of the professional learning is really there, because we, the need of what the third grade team is probably different than what the middle school math team needs. I'm just so thankful to our partnership we have with iReady. They are an instant phone call away or an email away. I sent an email asking about a little explanation for a chart that I saw. Within 5 minutes, they screencastified a recording that it was easier than typing it out. So they just recorded their screen. So they've been extremely helpful. And the support piece from our support staff at site. So our site administrators, our instructional coaches, our intervention specialists, the district team, everyone has access to be able to see not just the results, but really the growth. We want to be able to chart the usage, how many, if the students are meeting their minute goals, but also, passing their lessons at a rate that we're hoping that they will.
Thank you. So you just said minute goals, which leads me to ask, what are the minute goals? Do we have those currently, or are they for pilot teachers? What does that look like?
So for minute goals, there's a wide range, and it's not supposed, it's not, when I said minute goals, it's not meant to be a prescriptive, hit your X amount of minutes. It's how long it takes you to pass these lessons. One data point that we do have is time spent on, in the program, from 0 to 20 minutes a week to 30 to 50. We're hoping for 10 to 15 minutes a day. It's not meant to be the virtual babysitter. It really is very targeted. So as far as minute goals, it's not to check that box. So I apologize for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then my last question is, it was brought up a growth goal. So in Washington Unified, what does a growth goal look like right now for a student? Is that something that you're still developing, or is that something that you're implementing now with students?
Yeah, so we are early in that development. We have that training for teachers to be able to have those data chats with the students. This is something that teachers are opting in. We're finding mixed success. There are teachers who are really craving that target to be able to chart that growth and have those conversations with the students. Others are obviously moving into a little slower. So it is something that we are providing and looking to support. And then the teachers who have gone through that, we're looking for them to share out with their colleagues the successes that they've seen. So it's early in the process, but we've seen success from the ones who are doing it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the work.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Okay. So I get to see, thankfully, iReady in action with my daughter using it in 4th grade. So I want to say that it's very helpful for her on certain things, on others, maybe not so much. I do want to ask a question to Chad. Since you get to use this on a on a daily basis, and it says that iReady can be used as it can support educators in screening for dyslexia. Have you had the opportunity to use that, and what does that actually look like? How does that happen? Because in watching my daughter use the iReady program, I don't see necessarily how that could be the case, but I'm not on the back end like you are. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I can't speak to that specifically because I haven't had any students where that's cropped up. What I can say is just that the detail that we get from our dashboard gives us, I think it's one of those programs where the more you get into the program, the more you get out of it.
Okay.
So that data is just very, very deep. And the more the teachers are trained on how to find the data and use the data, I would imagine if that is in fact a feature, it's there, it's in the data, and it's just something we need to be trained on to identify.
Okay. That's fine. I was just trying to figure out what the picture looks like that shows up like, hey, there might be something here. There might be a problem here. Maybe
Well, there
not.
is a
It might be-
flag. There is a flag system, and whenever
okay.
it finds a target, like I said, I haven't seen that one. But if it finds a comprehension issue, or if it finds a vocabulary issue, or even sometimes just the speed at which a student is finishing assignments relative to their performance. So if their speed is under 15 minutes per assignment, and iReady's thinking it should be about 20 minutes, and they're scoring a lower level, it'll give you that targeted flag. So I imagine that's the kind of thing that it might pick up. And again, if you know how to find that data and you know how to use that data, it becomes very instructive for those one-on-one conversations.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's actually very helpful and very beneficial in understanding, because we went through this process last year, and I was trying to figure out how this iReady system would, in terms of the CASP testing, and how would the iReady kind of be an equivalent to that. And you know, in my daughter's situation with ADHD, you know, this is a snapshot of one day at one time, and it's generally timed, right? Like you have X number of minutes to figure out X number of things. Well, for some of the folks that maybe have dyslexia or have, you know, some kind of learning disability that has not been diagnosed yet, how is that going to pick that out? You know, when it's, you know, when it is a just a regular diagnostic that everybody is taking. It's not, you know, specified to look for one specific thing. So that was kind of what I was trying to figure out. I wanted to see, I would try to make a visual picture in my head of what that looks like and how that would be a useful tool. So anyway, if either Matt or Stan, you have any further follow-up on that?
Yeah, that was well said by Chad. And really, the about the diagnostic, what makes it so dynamic is that it's a dynamic test. It's not set in stone as the students answer. That's going to spring them to the next question, and so it does learn what the students know and don't know, and it's not a set path for the diagnostic. We tell the students that if the design of the diagnostic is to miss half of these, because it's trying to find your level. And so that's kind of where the time element comes in. It's not a time test. They have as long as they take. We've had kids who've spent the whole 2 weeks of the diagnostic window taking this thing, chipping away at it, because they grind them out. But it really is challenging them. And so you'll have fifth graders taking an eighth grade question that takes them, 25, 30 minutes, and they're up to that challenge. Other students who are struggling, it's going to keep dropping them down to, a fourth or third grade level to find their comfort. And that's where we get our results. And as far as the dyslexia training, we've provided some of that for staff. Again, it was early in the year when it was, there was a lot going on. So it's part of our ongoing PL plan, both through iReady as a tool, but we are also looking at outside partners that it's less about a tool and it's more about the resources and how teachers can support students. So it's the two aspects, one to identify, and then the training to support and how we're going to give them that targeted intervention.
Great. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Is there any other questions or follow-up? All right. Thank you. We are now moving on to N2. ESSER 3 update. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent Ed Services, and Stephanie Grote, Director of Compliance and Accountability.
Yes, thanks again. This presentation will include an overview of the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. We call it ESSER 3. This will address some of the impacts of COVID-19 on elementary and secondary schools. And so tonight we're going to have a summary of some ongoing staff and family community engagement. And with me tonight is our Director of Accountability and Compliance, Stephanie Grote, who has been leading our community input gathering and taking that input and entering it into a plan. So Stephanie's here with us tonight, and she will begin.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so good evening, Dr. Hildreth, President Pizzotti, board members, and the community. Tonight, we are sharing the draft ESSER 3 plan with you. We will cover the ESSER 3 process, including the staff, student, and community engagement, as well as the draft plan actions and the next step in the process. Next slide. So looking at the process, I'll start with this and then I will turn it back over to Assistant Superintendent Moisich. So next slide. The ESSER 3 funds require a plan to be developed. Districts can determine the needs and priorities of where to allocate the funds as long as these expenditures meet the allowable expenses. ESSER funds may not supplant other funding sources. The actions must be in addition to the actions funded in current plans. For example, in the attached plan, you will see continuing support for personnel that has been outlined in various plans, including our LCAP, as well as our ELO plan. Next slide. Based on the allowable uses of the ESSER 3 funds, the following areas were identified as priorities for Washington Unified School District: addressing the learning loss among students, including underserved students, as well as school facility repairs and improvements. These priorities were shared during the engagement meetings to gather input. Next slide. As with the past plans, consultation and engagement is very important. Input was reviewed from past engagement meetings, including site and district meetings, past board meetings, LCAP meetings, DLAC meetings, parent advisory committee meetings, and as well as the spring listening tours. Washington Unified School District also met with association leadership, Daniel Gandera and Doug Neff, as well as site and district leadership to share the requirements in regard to ESSER 3. We had classified and certificated staff input meetings that were held on September 21st, as well as the 28th. Family and community meetings were held on September 21st and 28th. Student meetings of both our elementary or K-8 students, as well as our high school students. And actually, if Austin was still on, he could give his input as he attended the high school meeting. They were held on September 24th. We will hold an additional meeting for our English learners families on October 20th. Meaningful consultation with the community includes considering the perspectives and insights of each of the required community members and identifying the unique needs of the districts, especially as these are related to our COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. With the ESSER 3, the district must also engage in meaningful consultation with groups such as tribes, civil rights organizations, individuals or advocates that represent the interest of students with disabilities, English learners, our homeless and foster youth students, as well as other underserved students and community partners as applicable. This graphic shows some of those organizations that invitations and phone calls were made to, and these were invited to our family and community input meetings. Next slide. Mr. Moishes is now going to present some of the current supports for our students, as well as information in regard to our draft ESSER 3 plan that was developed from the input that was received.
Thanks, Stephanie. As a reminder, Washington Unified has already been receiving other COVID-related funds, such as our AB 86 grants, which we are currently using to fund a number of programs, strategies, also to utilize personnel, accelerate learning for all our students. Some of those include mentoring programs such as Improve Your Tomorrow. We have used those funds to deploy additional outreach, social workers, and paraeducators into our district. Good news tonight, by the way, we are making a lot of progress on our paraeducators. HR had very successful interviews today, and I know that has been a problem for us for a while. We're making some great progress. So the sun is shining a lot brighter tonight than it was 3 weeks ago when you talked about that. So I just wanted to throw that out there and thank HR for that. So going forward, again, we've added different personnel to help accelerate learning. Some of the different things we do with this is paying for extra hours intervention for students, things like FEV tutoring online, Greenlight Go to help our students. So a lot of those different programs, Sports to Learning, many of those things that we didn't have before in our district have been used with those AB 86 funds that were generated for COVID. It would be something also that would pay for the supplements to iReady, which we shared here tonight, some of those personalized lessons. We would use those funds for that purpose as well. The ESSA round of funding, though, is another stream in addition to AB 86. And that, like many of our other streams of funding that we use in our district, that's going to use to expand, boost, and accelerate what we're already doing, as well as open up a lot of new possibilities. So let's talk about some of those new possibilities in the next slide. Next slide after that, please. So we received input from the community, and we asked them to tell us what strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning need to be prioritized. And we were given the following. Wellness centers. I couldn't have asked Principal Billingsley for a better intro. She showed you the RISE Center tonight. That is a very good visual of what our wellness centers could look like. Of course, we would like to do that at each of our school sites in our district. And basically what they are, in a nutshell, is they're easily accessible, designated safe spaces on school campuses that would be designed to support students' wellness and mental health by offering prevention, early intervention, peer support, access to school link services or other programs. Basically, wellness centers ensure that every school has a place where all our students can feel welcomed if needed. Such space do require a different furniture or spatial makeup than your typical classroom. And I think if you can remember back to the images that Principal Billingsley showed with the RISE Center, you can see that environment is, although the walls and space are the same as a classroom, you can see the inside makeup of a classroom calls for a different design, which also calls for some different materials. In addition, we are looking to build outdoor learning spaces, which would also need shade structures to go along with that. There's been a lot of research on the benefits of utilizing the outdoors for learning, but not just being outdoors is sufficient enough. You really do need to work with those spaces. They have to be prepared and modified so that students could actually use those spaces for learning, so that they're safe, protected from the elements. So it's not just enough to be outdoors. You have to actually alter that area in order to do that successfully. Overall, we do know that students do need different types of spaces and proper facilities. And if you do a good job of that, it really promotes the physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development of students. We also know that it has an impact on staff well-being as well. And therefore, we will need to look extensively at areas where our facilities may need improving or repair to make sure they measure up to safety standards and that it can accommodate these spaces for this. I don't want to say newer type of learning, but it's definitely something that we're looking at advancing and extending to a level that we have not had before in our district. Just also, before we move to the next slide, I want to highlight to you that there are some costs on this sheet, and those are approximations. And so as we go further in our planning, as we start working toward this, we probably will have some of those numbers change. But so these are approximations of what we know right now. Go to the next slide. In addition to the facilities, of course, the learning opportunities that were lost are still something that we need to sustain attention to. And so even though we have acquired personnel and we're utilizing personnel through our AB 86 funds. This is an example where we could continue to boost and sustain our personnel by using these ESSER funds to continue to fund positions that we identified in our AB 86, including paraeducators, social workers, outreach, and specialists such as our TOSAs. As was the case last year, we did put in a lot of investment into our extended learning time. So these funds could also help boost that to continue. So things like the Summer Boost or Summer Acceleration, different after-school enrichment programs to help extend learning, such as Sports for Learning. There could be some other ideas that we use as well. Currently, we have Green Light Go also that we're utilizing. We could continue to use these funds to continue those programs in the district for the near future. And I believe that our Director Grote is going to talk a little bit about what we do to keep track of these and monitor them so that we can make sure that we are actually doing what we're saying we're going to do with our purchases.
Yes, so with the ESSER 3 funds in the plan, all actions must be progress monitored. This just shows an example with the wellness centers, the personnel, and the extended learning time of what that progress monitoring would look like, how the information and the progress would be monitored with the frequency, including who would actually monitor it. So within the plan, the draft plan that's attached, every single action title does have to be progress monitored based upon the frequency that is determined. Next slide. So in addition to the ESSER 3 funds, Washington Unified School District has submitted a request for additional funding and working with Yolo County to match some of our current plans, as well as actions that are going forward, whether it be within district or state plans or initiatives. So we heard quite a bit about the wellness centers in regards to what that could possibly look like at each site. So looking at partnering for additional funding for the wellness centers, the mental and health and outreach, as well as the outdoor learning environments, looking at the community schools, family resources, possibly being able to open up those wellness centers to create environments that are truly open to our entire community to build that culture around our schools, as well as our preschool and universal TK initiative that is going forward. So next slide. And again, those are those additional matching. So it is in conjunction with things that we are doing within the district. So within our timeline and our next steps, we have been gathering our stakeholder, our input through our various groups, through our meetings. I have received emails as well, responded to those. We are presenting our draft ESSER plan tonight, and then with our proposed adoption on the 28th. It is required that these plans be approved by October 29th. A sample draft plan was sent to YCOE. We received feedback late this afternoon. So we will ensure that all information and information that we received from them is incorporated into our plan that will be brought back to you on October 28th. So with that, questions, comments, and I'll turn it back over to President Pizzotti.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. First, let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment, Mario?
There is no public comment on this item.
All right. And then I will come to the board, and I'll first start off with Vice President Wong.
Thank you for a lovely presentation, and I love it when everything aligns. We've been talking about this for quite some time. Thank you for your vision, Dr. Hildreth, on wellness centers, bringing it and leveraging the county ARP dollars. I always say I love spending other people's monies. I know it's always really good, or actually really the truth is the partnership. And thank you to Supervisor Sandy and Supervisor Villegas for being open and connecting with us around this, because I think it's really a great thing for the community. I think a lot of us have been talking about this post-COVID, again, healing centered systems, and this is a step in the right direction. And I'm just really very much looking forward to it. Stephanie, thank you so much for taking us through this. Like, it's plan after plan after plan after plan. So thank you. I feel like what I appreciate is that the community hasn't changed, right? Like from the AB 86, the ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, they're saying the same things, and you are putting it into action and finding partners to fund it and the full vision. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. I'll go to Clerk Venegas.
Yes, thank you, Stephanie and Mr. Stan Mosich for that presentation. I think that what was positive, and I know I'm getting text messages, so sometimes I peek over and parents this week with Miss Monique and Mr. Stan Mosich and Mr. Jaime Avalar and Christine Rodriguez over at Riverbank. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, just being able to feel heard. I think our community wanting to, seeing things that they have personally requested time and time again, seeing it in the presentation is definitely a positive step in the right direction. And I thank you all for taking the time to listen and really, again, making our community and allowing them to have a say. I think it's just a beautiful thing, especially when it's felt that they're being heard and they're being listened to. So just on behalf of some of the text messages that they're just saying, say thank you, please. So just wanted to go ahead and thank you all for that beautiful presentation.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes. Thank you, Clerk Venegas.
I love it. I love the wellness centers. That's something that I've seen very valuable in other districts in nursing school. So I think they're going to be totally amazing. So thank you for that. Thank you for hearing us.
Trustee Barnes, you're hard to hear.
Yes,
It's hard to hear you.
Barely hear you, sorry. We can barely hear you, Trustee Barnes.
So I don't know if Clerk Venegas, if you want to open up your mic so Trustee Barnes can talk, it might be easier to hear from you. Assuming that y'all are sitting next to each other.
Just speak.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Like normally you're pretty open to stuff.
Oh, I was like, I think you said my headphones are dead.
Can you hear her now?
Can you hear? Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me better? Is that better? Okay.
A lot better. A lot
I was
better.
just saying,
Coming from Monterey, you don't
thank
have
you
to
for
move,
the-
Christine. Just talk from where you're at. You don't have to lean over.
I was just saying that in nursing school. She is?
I said you don't have to lean over, but
I don't have a plug-in. Thank you. There, yeah, that's been the problem. Their Wi-Fi. Oh, my hair. Oh. It's all fuzzy. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I was saying is that in nursing school, we, this is so weird. The wellness centers were incredible. And I appreciate that vision. It's not one that occurred to me for the district. So I think it's incredible. I think it's gonna be very, very helpful. Also, I think it's really smart that we've been mindful of how to make the spaces appropriate for, like, when you walk into somewhere nice, you feel good about it. So let's make the spaces feel nice and look nice so that the kids feel welcomed and happy and that they want to be there, and it lifts them. It's a positive, happy place. So anyway, thank you for that. That's all I have. Excited.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kerber Gonzalez.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is very exciting. Just to reiterate, everyone else leveraging this money with our partners is exciting. And I appreciate all of the voices that have been captured in this plan. One piece that I think about is with the extended learning time, as we look at that, possibly this might fit in there, especially if we are able to leverage this money. And I know we haven't had a VAPA update yet, but maybe some of the instruments for VAPA may fit into enrichment or supplemental, being able to purchase more that our students can use. might be a thought if that is a need. And then I'm so excited to now really have an understanding of the Wellness Center because I've been reading about it. And of course, I've been to the Rice Center, and now hearing more about it tonight in the Clarity, I'm thrilled. And it's going to be so good for kids. And I really, really appreciate this. Thinking about the outdoor learning, which I love, outdoor lunches and outdoor learning spaces. Again, if we're able to leverage that money, a question or thought may be, I know that we have a lot of kids that are in classrooms that have no sinks even. I don't know why we have portables with no water hookup, but we do. And I'm thinking about kids who are in that outdoor learning space and then they head right over to lunch. So maybe just something to think about if we're able to leverage that money is outdoor hand washing stations that could be in front of some of the lunch areas. So you can transition seamlessly. And I think about, at a concert where everybody's around that one big sink. But I know that hand washing has always been a hard thing to do in schools when we always have one sink in a classroom or none. And so just as I think about those outdoor spaces, that might be an idea. But thank you again. I appreciate all this hard work.
And thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. And I too want to echo the comments of everybody. Wellness centers was on my top priority list as well. And I'm so glad to see that that's what we're looking to implement. I do have a couple of questions. So for the space for the wellness centers, I'm just curious about some of our schools are impacted and then others might have more space. So I'm just curious, do we have the capabilities of finding space, while still providing, after school care to some places and have designated rooms for that? And just, I know some facilities have, more of a demand on space than others. So can you help me out on that?
Yeah, thank you, President Pizzotti. So we're currently kind of doing a assessment of that feature right now. We know what we'd like to do. We'll utilize what we currently have as much as possible. We may have to add some things as well to alleviate the case in point that you made, that some places may need some adjustments where to make it a better space. So that's an assessment that's ongoing right now. And we haven't completed that for every school site. But the principals are looking into it. It's something that, this is something that, when we talked about groups earlier, in the different community groups, the administrators of the school sites were one of those groups. And they were the first group that we actually met with to talk about this. And so this is something that was on the front of their list as well. So we know that we have their commitment to help us to provide that space.
Right. So I was just thinking, because when I looked at the 10 schools at 25,000 per site, 250K for all 10 sites, I thought about what if we have to add space for that? And I was really kind of concerned that can jump up the price for what we're utilizing those funds for considerably. So that's kind of just something that popped off at the top of my head in terms of facilities.
I think just in response to that, that goes to one of the benefits of us partnering with the county.
Yes.
Is because this is where that matching and the feedback that we received from Supervisor Villegas and Supervisor Sandy was the appreciation that we were showing that this is a priority for us. Right. And so we're already looking to dedicate the different funding streams that we have. And so that would be my ask on behalf of the district, is that if we need more for certain schools, that's another way we could leverage some money from the county. And this has also been a conversation in our city 2x2. So I'm hoping to get help from the city in supporting these projects as well.
Amen. That's music to my ears. That's what I wanted to hear. And in terms of the shade structure, these are like the fabric shade structures that currently are over some of our playgrounds. Is that what I'm to understand?
Within the ESSER plan, there are two different
Monique,
things.
could you answer that? Give us some support on the shade structures?
Absolutely. So going on with where Stephanie was going, there's two different types of shade structures, some that are metal and some that are more fabric. And depending on the needs of the school, depending on the makeup of the school, that's where we'll determine how we'll proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. And that's basically all the questions I had. Thank you, everyone, for putting together this very detailed and comprehensive draft plan. We really do appreciate it. Do you have more? Okay, yeah. I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. So thank you very much. And yeah, we look forward to seeing the plan at the next board meeting. So thank you again. Okay, now to N3. 2021-2022 COVID-19 response and school supports. Kamaljeet Panu, Assistant Superintendent of HR.
Thank you, President Pizzotti, Superintendent, trustees, and staff. Tonight, I have the pleasure of presenting a brief overview of our district's efforts to support our COVID response and school supports. During the presentation, a few of my colleagues may join in to assist. This work is a shared responsibility and touches the work of many of our department and site leaders. Next slide, please. Our presentation objectives is, as mentioned, just to provide a brief overview of our response, also talk about some supports that we have implemented to support our school sites, and review upcoming testing and vaccination schedules and next steps. So in regards to testing and vaccinations, on the next slide, you will see that our district had previously offered testing through Binex Testing. We transitioned over the summer and implemented PCR testing. As you can see, during the initial launch of testing, participation numbers were not very high and were manageable with the staffing level that we were at. Once we began school, we did see a significant increase in demand and need, and our district did offer services to provide testing to our community. We went from having 35 individuals participate in testing to an average of 243 to 250 a day, and with our community participation, we were averaging over 1,300 per week. Next slide, please. With our board support, we took some intentional actions that are listed here on this slide to support our efforts to provide the testing services, expand our COVID-related supports for our school sites. Those intentional actions included the MOU that was ratified by the board with Healthy Yellow Together. There was two short-term board resolutions that were brought forward and approved to hire short-term employees, and then also to engage in a partnership with Pacific Staffing Services to assist us with recruiting of testing teams and COVID to staff our COVID services. On the next slide, you'll see here that as of today, we have we've expanded our testing teams from 1 to 6. We are able to provide testing for students and staff at all of our school sites. We've expanded our community testing offered at our district office to 5 times a week. We've hosted 17 vaccination clinics, and we wanted to provide upcoming clinics as well. And, you know, we're in the process of collecting student and staff vaccination status with the required verifications. So we're getting away from an honor system type of a situation. Our site testing teams total about 54 members and are spread out throughout our district. Providing testing at multiple locations on multiple days. On our next slide here, we wanted to just provide a brief overview of our participation in testing and vaccination. So as of September, you'll notice that we have a steady participation in our vaccination clinics, and there has been a significant increase which continues to grow in our testing. As of total vaccinations provided at our district locations since May is 705. Testing individuals, we're close to 9,000 in 2 months. So the next slide here will provide an overview of our testing schedule for next week. You'll notice that we have River City as a constant testing team due to the site need and the volume there. And then we have all of our elementary school sites listed, providing them at least 2 full days of testing. Our district office is now open 9 to 4 at 4:30 every day, providing an opportunity for our community to engage in that testing. And then we also have some evening hours on Fridays from 3:30 to 6. Our site teams at our school site are focused on staff testing and student testing. And as weather changes, we are going to be working with our site leaders to bring this testing into our buildings to make sure that our students have as much access as possible and is not disrupted through weather such as wind or rain and what have you. The next slide goes over our employee vaccination status. In alignment with the August 11th state public health order, the district implemented a process to collect vaccination status for all of our employees. The chart just provides a snapshot of our data as of Monday, October 11th. Any employee that is unvaccinated, has declined to state, or has failed to provide a vaccination verification will undergo PCR testing at their work location during their work hours. As we continue to update our data each and every day as more and more vaccination cards are submitted. A couple of call outs. We transitioned the last couple of weeks to actually reaching out to individual supervisors and individual employees, just in case they needed help with tech support to fill out our form. Additionally, with the board support, the district has implemented a program that is going to allow vaccinated employees to access a district-sponsored SB 95 type lead for those employees that are vaccinated. So all of our employees, the district is making an investment and incentivizing for all of our employees, regardless of bargaining status, bargaining group, to access additional leave for up to 10 days. I also wanted to call out that we have started to reach out to our partners, outside partners, and are currently working to schedule a vaccine clinic just for our employees to access the booster that is made available for educators as well. I'm not going to take time to read the numbers, but they're just there on the presentation. Additional supports on the next slide. We really wanted to call out that, this has been a unique year, and I know all of us are still waiting for that traditional school year to begin. But with hearing from our principals and what the supports they needed, we were able to quickly ramp up and scale up our testing teams. We now have, as of today, provided staff at each school site to be contact tracers. We've also secured classified and dedicated certificated substitutes at each school site. Currently, we have 26 dedicated certificated staff, and we also have 25 certificated staff that will work in our schools on day-to-day, but they have other commitments where they do not want to be in a long-term assignment. Our leadership teams, such as Mr. Moisich and his team, and Stephanie, I do believe, have all been caught substituting in classrooms throughout the district. I don't think they let Stan in kindergarten, though. I think that was a call out someone made. Being the secondary guy, I think he ended his career with, right, leaving the classroom. HR has been in weekly communications regarding staffing needs with our principals. Through our collaborative partnerships with our labor groups, we have been fortunate enough to engage in partnerships where we're advertising hiring incentives to help with our hard to fill positions and our staffing needs. The next slide, as we've talked about, there are always slight tweaks and changes to quarantine status and COVID decision tree here from Yolo County. This was updated in October. We wanted to share the decision tree, the most recent one. It does provide some clarifications on the highlighted areas in yellow based on, student vaccination or employee vaccination status. And it also calls out in the yellow acceptable forms of testing, tests that would be needed to engage in a modified quarantine or return to work or return to school. And it also brings attention to the modified quarantine requirements. The current status on this is that a negative test is needed to provide it on day 5 or after in order to shorten a quarantine process of 10 days. Wanted to take a moment to touch basis on face coverings, which is the next section. So as we are aware that per CDPH guidelines, next slide, please. The district did implement in alignment with the K-12 guidance, indoor mask requirements. Additionally, our district expanded that with the board support and board direction on August 24th to have that same mask requirement continue in outdoor settings, unless an individual is considered exempt. For an individual to be considered exempt from that requirement, they have to have a physical condition, a medical, or some type of impairment, which would qualify them to engage in the district legally required process to review the exemption and accommodations being requested. The next slide here shows you a snapshot of what that process would look like. There's documentation that would need to be provided as part of the process to gather the information regarding the exemption request. That information is then used for an interactive meeting with the individual. Part of that process would be to implement strategies, precautions, and accommodation to continue to promote a safe learning environment and a workplace. The next slide here talks about and shares what would be a few examples of what possible accommodations and precautions could be put in place while considering or developing a mask exemption. Just highlighting a few, it could be an alternative mask, such as a clear mask with a cloth covering, a face shield with a drape. Possibilities could be to implement seating arrangement or maintain 6 feet social distancing while not wearing a mask. So, participating in COVID testing twice a week, providing additional PPE, personal protection equipment for the staff, and classroom as needed. And some examples are listed there as well. Cleaning and disinfecting. The first slide that we'll talk about highlights the K-12 guidance. There was at one point a overemphasis on cleaning and disinfecting each and every day. Guidance emphasized that daily cleaning would be sufficient to minimize the effects of the potential virus on surfaces. Cleaning frequent touched areas, shared spaces, and people with people at risk at least once a day. Clean and disinfected spaces occupied by a person with COVID-19 in the past 24 hours. The next slide gives you an overview of our district's cleaning and disinfecting protocols. The first one, daily. Our process has been through our daily cleaning process and protocols is to clean and disinfect regularly, or daily, I should say, high touch areas as mentioned prior, such as doorknobs, door handles, door jambs, light switches, and bathroom surfaces. Additionally, to that cleaning protocol, we have added desktops and sides of the desks to highlight, to the high touch areas. This recent addition also assists us should there be someone that is been in a occupied space that has tested positive for COVID in the past 24 hours. So because we have these additional layers already built into our process, the added layer in the event that someone did tested positive would be we would open up those classrooms or that workspace, provide extra ventilation to air out the area, and implement some floor cleaning as necessary. But with the daily cleaning, we are basically 90% of the way there in those situations. The next slide here talks about our ongoing next steps, monthly COVID response and support school updates. We check in with them. I have Salvador with me today, who is our district testing coordinator. He checks in with his school sites. He moves staff where needed. Our contact tracers are pretty fluid in our district. We'll continue to monitor guidelines and regulations. We are beginning October 15th, tomorrow, implementing our weekly testing for unvaccinated individuals. We're going to continue expanding testing participation for our staff and students. Since we have scaled up, we're anticipating that we will be able to handle the volume that is going to come with that. Mr. Sal has been reaching out to principals on how we could increase that testing option for the students. And now that it's at every campus at least twice a week, I think we'll see an expansion of participation. As always, HR is always continuing to work to expand our district substitute pool, classified and certificated. Next month, we are anticipating that CDPH will provide updated guidance in early November. We'll review our COVID safety plan and update it as necessary in alignment with that guidance. We're going to continue our partnership with Healthy YOLO Together. That MOU does expire December 31st, 2021. We're currently in the process of exploring options. So in December or prior to December, we need to develop what the testing plan and identify the funding source needed to continue offering the testing services past December of 2021. That was just a brief overview. We have some time if there's any questions, and my colleagues are here to answer any specifics that I may or may not have.
Yeah, outstanding. Thank you very much. And yes, I'm sure we do have questions, because I know I do. Mario, I'm going to go to public comment if there is any.
There is no public comment on this item.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mario. I'm going to lead us off with this one. I was just wondering, do you, in terms of the testing, you gave us the total number of tests that have been done. Have we been able to track or set up a tracking system of how many of our staff have been taking advantage of that testing that's free to them?
I don't have a tracking system for that. What we do have is that we've been tracking the results from that. As we move forward with the requirement, we will start collecting that data.
Okay. So as soon as okay, so we'll start collecting that data.
Yeah, previously that was just we were just having people go through the testing system, so we weren't necessarily separating out staff versus student. We weren't asking for that report to come to us. But moving forward, we have requested that.
Okay. So Healthy YOLO Together will provide a or whoever the contractor is at the time will provide us, the district, with either staff or student, whether or not they're testing. Is that what you're saying?
We're tracking that. We're starting to track that on our end through our track. We've created trackers to track that now.
Okay. Then I guess the next question would be, when's the next vaccination clinic that's going to be on our site?
That was on, let me go back to that slide.
I'm sorry if I didn't see it.
I have it. The next vaccination clinic is tomorrow at Elkhorn from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Oh, that's today. Sorry. 10:20 at River City High School.
River City. Okay.
Yes.
So everybody paying attention at home, it's 10:20 at River City High School. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. I lost a day today.
Yeah, and I just want to say I do appreciate the scaling up of the contact tracers. This really alleviates some of the pressure on the principals and the APs on having to do that type of work and really not having any time of their own to actually do the work that's really their job, right? So I really want to say thank you for that. So in terms of the flow chart or the org chart on the exposures. So this was something where there was a lot of confusion before, and I think it's more clear now. I just want to make sure that, on the modified quarantine, it says, if testing available, may continue in person on 7-day modified quarantine, test 2 times a week for 7 days after exposure. No sports, extracurricular activities permitted, may end modified quarantine after 7 days if negative test collected on day 5 or later post exposure. If not tested, exclude from campus for 10 days. So the question is, the key word there is collected. I've asked this before. Are we collecting that data? And are we collecting the tests? And if so, are we following through to make sure that it's not just somebody attesting, yes, I was negative, or are they even being asked? They're just showing up, the next 3 or 4 days after being home from an exposure without a negative test.
So the school sites, are you going?
I was just going to say that, early on in the process, we did have some difficulties with volume at the beginning of the school year. At this point, we've gotten pretty good at checking those, and the fact that we've increased our testing capacity at our school sites, which wasn't in place to the degree it is today. That the sites are doing a good job of being able to find out the tests and who's been doing it, and they are tracking that through spreadsheet on dates and when those things are happening, and so that they can stay in touch and be in line with this decision tree.
Okay, so somebody is basically paying attention to that and saying, okay, yes, you can come back onto campus.
Correct.
On this day with test in hand.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, there are opportunities where, sometimes a student or a family loses track of that, but the office staff does reach out, and, there are those anomalies where a kid shows up and then, we have to redirect them. But like Stan said, the schools do have that system set in place.
Okay. And then there's just one more item that I wanted to talk about, and that is band. I know the weather is starting to get fall for this Sacramento region. It's fall-ish. It's still 75 degrees out, 80 degrees tomorrow. And I've seen notices go out that as of the 18th, band will be moving indoors. So in Sacramento, we can probably stretch that out a little further, just based on the climate here. It rarely, if it's going to be blowing at 45 miles per hour winds, then no, I get that. Or if it's going to be cold and rainy, no, I get that. But I was just curious, the 18th of October doesn't necessarily seem to be necessary for us to have like a hard and fast date. So I wanted to make sure that if we have the opportunity to be outside, that is what we are doing with band. So, okay.
Stan, I think you want to
Sure, I'll be happy
give an
to.
update on that part.
Sure, be happy to. I understand that we're pretty lucky in California compared to some other places in the country in terms of weather. We just need to be mindful that what some of us consider good weather isn't good weather to everybody. And, you get a lot of wind this time of the year, a lot of allergies, and remember, sometimes band is not always in the afternoon. Sometimes it's in the morning. This morning was 45 degrees out in, when I arrived to work this morning. So it's a little subjective there. There are a lot of parents actually were requesting that we go indoors actually in September, at the end of September, when we started to see some change in the seasons. But overall, we did talk to our administrators. We did talk to our actual band teachers about this and what they thought would be the best feasible way. And the band teachers would have preferred actually to go back in probably a little bit sooner. We wanted to keep a little bit longer time just so we can give parents a little more time to adjust. So we didn't want to make it like we didn't want to give people a day's notice. We wanted to give people a few days notice before we issued a time. But it's been very difficult for our band teachers to actually have classes outdoors. Band, for the most part, unlike marching band classes have been designed for the most part to be indoors and that's what our structure is basically set up for. Outdoors has been a logistical challenge for our band teachers in terms of time and putting equipment back and forth. There is some concern about damaging equipment. We can be indoors safely. All of our band teachers have worked with their administrators to locate spaces on campus so that every band class will be at least 6 foot distanced. And of course, we have PPE for those students and bell coverings for the band students for horn instruments and things like that. So our band teachers feel very, very secure that we can do classes safely indoors during this period of time while the weather is getting a little bit more complicated. We do allow flexibility. I want to make sure to highlight that point. So band teachers do have the flexibility to change that as they wish. But I want to be very clear. It's very difficult for teachers and any staff to just judge the weather by a day-by-day basis. So consistency is very important to our teachers. And so for the most part, I'm anticipating for at least the next couple of months, I'm anticipating that most of the classes will be indoors. And again, we want to highlight that there's a lot of safety concerns. COVID, of course, is at the forefront of everything, but we don't want to get our kids sick, and have too many allergies and catch colds, because even in these circumstances, that will force them to miss school as well.
Yeah, I understand that. I think the concern that I've been hearing from parents that have been writing me is that we're so close to, getting kids the emergency use authorization for the vaccinations. So the longer that we can do things outdoors, the better, especially for the kids that are immunocompromised, or they have family at home that is immunocompromised, that are now contemplating, hey, I may have to take my kid out of band because I don't feel comfortable. So it's just, I understand the dilemma, but I would just urge that we, as long as we have, some flexibility on that time or that date, I would be, more happy. The longer we can get, or the closer we can get to that vaccination for, especially those that are, currently under 12, right? So that are doing this. So anyway,
we'll
that's
definitely let our staff know that. And just also reiterate to any parents listening out there that if they have any of these concerns, to please bring them to their site administration, who I know will want to work with them to ensure that they get the quality and they can maintain in the band program. So just that's my call out. Please let your administrators know.
For sure. Thank you. And that's all mine. I will now go to Vice President Wong.
My first question is a money question. I understand that Healthy YOLO Together is actually a benefactor who's actually helped support us. And so how are we planning to sustain that? And I may have missed in the many, many planning ESSER 1, 2, 3 meetings that it's probably in there. for the out years past December 31st. And so just wanted to say, I know we're in conversation, but there's also a real money piece to it between the tracing and the tests, et cetera. So have we budgeted for it?
We're exploring the options. We just met with Healthy Yola together, and at one point they were possibly going to extend past December. At the last meeting, they indicated that we needed to start making additional plans and that the funding wasn't going to continue past December. So we have started reaching out to outside partners and gotten some referrals from some of our neighbors on who they're utilizing that could potentially provide the testing and bill functions such as the CARES Act funding and go through insurance carriers and what have you. So we are exploring all of those options at this point, and we'll bring back a recommendation to the board.
Well, that's the functional side. I'm going to ask Monique the question: have we carved it out?
Well, with these services, the district would not be providing any of the funding for it at this point with these outside carriers.
And I can add to that, as a contingency plan, as we're exploring a variety of options, we are in the process of our first interim reporting, preparing for that. And that gives us the opportunity to look at where we are right now with all of our planned COVID funding expenditures to be able to identify what opportunities that we have with our remaining and unidentified and planned for COVID funds to be able to support this testing. So we're looking at a variety of options so that we can continue to provide these services.
Okay, because there's the testing option, but there's my understanding is that the contact tracers are also funded by Healthy Yola together. Again, it's not just the test itself; it's actually the manpower that I am concerned that we need to kind of have a contingency plan for, right?
Absolutely.
So, and I understand that we could build back for the test, but there's a whole nother infrastructure issue that we need to account for.
Exactly. Right. And so that's something that we're looking at right now as we're refining our budget and evaluating where we are as of this month with our different funding sources and where we'll need to identify those additional resources in the future. Should it be a situation where we no longer have the funding under COVID, making plans and recommendations for how we're able to absorb that into our district funding.
Okay, awesome. And maybe there's a time where we won't need to test and won't wear masks, right? Like, who knows? We're doing really well in Yolo County. In regards to the band question, is that I figured if we can actually have athletes go face to face with strangers without a mask, we can figure out the band issue. Right? We shouldn't just make an exception for football players who are actually playing with people from other cities. We can figure this out for band too, right? And so we don't know the vaccination status of our players on other teams. So I'm hoping that, I know that the staff they do have a balancing act. I'm actually more curious to hear Christy, who actually works in healthcare and has kind of a different lens or a very more expert lens on what this means for band. But I just want us to be consistent in whatever we do across the board, because it feels kind of weird to kind of put certain kind of restrictions on one activity and not another. So I'll just put that out there.
Yes. So can you guys hear me? Am I good? Okay. So I'm actually going to ask the question in Spanish because it was brought to me in Spanish by a parent. And then I will ask it in English, if that's okay with you all. So the question was about our lunches, about what is the plan that we're putting in place with the weather changes for our students going to be eating indoors, making sure that we're being consistent and as a directive, as a district, so that one school isn't doing it, one school isn't doing it one way and another school doing it another way. But what are we planning what does it look like? Is there any ideas, any concepts, yeah, really in any plan? They'd like to hear that. So then I'm going to now ask it in Spanish. Estamos planeando, ¿y qué estamos planeando hacer para el lonche, para el tiempo de lonche, que los niños ahorita están comiendo afuera por el protocolo que han puesto aquí en el distrito? ¿Qué estamos planeando? ¿Cómo va cambiando el clima? Los niños van a poder comer adentro, van a comer en su clase, van a comer en la cafetería. ¿Qué estamos planeando para el cambio de clima?
Dan, you're gonna take
I'll take a shot at that, but
Okay.
if you don't mind, Trustee Venegas, I'm going to do it in English. It might be better for me. You've already heard my Spanish, so it's probably better to do it in English.
And it's actually pretty good.
Sometimes it's good, but not all the times. But just the good news is all our principals have worked on inclement weather plans, and they got to actually do it in practice very early in the year when we had a smoke day. We had a bad smoke day, and they were able to implement it. And they were actually able to learn a lot of things from that moment. Smoke days are actually more difficult than cold weather days. Because in cold weather days, you can still sometimes be outdoors as long as you're in an area that's covered and you're not being wet. So for the most part, our staff is trying to keep lunches outdoors as much as possible. So that is the plan all through the rest of the year. At this point, is to be outdoors as much as possible. When those situations arrive, whether it be a smoke day or whether it be more likely a real windy, we had a real windy day the other day too, and that was kind of unbearable for kids to eat lunch in some circumstances. But on those rainy days, what our principals have worked out, just some highlights, are basically staggered schedules coming into the cafeteria and trying to space out students as much as possible and to utilize more spaces to eat that might be covered other than just the cafeteria. Some of our schools do have some large spaces. Some of the schools also have other rooms that can be designated for students to go to, so that helps them stagger the kids so they're not all in one place. So that allows for a lot greater spacing. So those are some of the highlights of how they're planning on doing it. All our principals have those plans ready to go. As far as I know, they've also communicated that and let their staffs know those plans. And they have also put things in their weekly bulletins that highlight those plans, and have worked with the kitchen managers to identify how it's working as well. So that's something they've been paying very close attention to. But in those cases that we do go indoors, we're going to try not to go indoors as much as possible. But when we have to, then we will have as much spacing as possible in that situation.
Okay. Is Stacy Tran on the line to translate, or should I just kind of?
I think you should go for it, Trustee Venegas.
Got it. Okay, here we go. So I'll simplify. It's going to be a lot less than what you said. I can assure you that. Lo que estoy escuchando para los padres que están escuchando es que van a intentar comer afuera lo más posible. Esa es la idea, es más seguro afuera por la cosa del COVID, pero si en los días que llueve afuera o el clima no nos impide estar afuera, lo que están planeando es que los estudiantes no coman a la misma vez, que coman en diferentes tiempos y usar el espacio de los 6 pies o más entre cada estudiante para prevenir el transmite del COVID lo más posible. So cada escuela ya han estado planeando, entonces nos aseguran que están poniendo a práctica los principales en cada escuela para asegurar el seguro y de sus hijos. Thank you, Stan. Thank you for that. That was my Spanish. Yeah, thank you. Next question, are we able, So I know I saw the data on the tests, on how many tests are being performed weekly. Is there data on new tests, like new people testing versus reoccurring testing? Are we getting new people tested? Are we getting more people involved in it? Or are we able to tell the difference between the two?
That's a really good question. I'm going to invite Salvador Lopez. Sal, if you're there. I know we're tracking the increase, but is there a way to answer Trustee Venegas's question?
There, how can I explain this? The point and click system we use to, or at least that I use to check numbers, daily tests, and so forth, it's been changed in a while. I can see and break it down by how many people have registered, but not for the moment in regards to testing as how many new people. But I can see that, you know, a breakdown of like how many people registered. I think it's per month or per week.
So when we share out our numbers, there would be, there's not that we have additional, we have 100 new participants. Our numbers are collected just as how many people have access to testing, is what I'm hearing. But we do track how many additional have registered.
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you.
So if that is the only data point, registrations, we'll be able to share that in presentations, how many people, how many new registered individuals we're having, correct?
Yes, yes, we can add that.
That's it for me. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So cool. First of all, the testing 54 members of site testing team, that is amazing. I can't believe you guys have hired that many, and I'm tired from my testing efforts. So that's great. I'm thankful. I think lots of people are. I don't really have any questions. I appreciate the decision tree update. Vice President Wong, other than the band, I feel like, financial, I appreciated your questions on how to sustain this moving forward, because I do think it's important. You know, regardless, we're always going to have a need for this. And so I really think that it is important for us to continue. I'm not making a vaccine statement here. I'm just saying, vaccinated or not, we need to be able to track who has COVID. So I think it is very important for us to continue this as long as need be. And I'm glad that we have it. Ari the band, as a former band member, I can't imagine how stressful it would be to constantly be outside with your music blowing everywhere. Sorry. French horn, trumpet, and my voice. Yeah. And so with the music, that's one thing. So I think about just the mental health and the stress of, like, you know, that in itself. On the other hand, there is a risk of getting sick being inside. But I do think that we have mitigated that to an incredible degree. And we have put forth so many efforts to, you know, with our cheese model effort. And you mentioned them, you know, right? You said that I think you did, somebody did, maybe it was Stan, but being able to block the horn instruments, you know, from the spray coming out. Not to mention, we're hopefully all following these decision trees. I mean, we're not coming to school sick as much. We're, you know, hopefully we're not sitting in the same room with a person who is sick, period. But I do think that it would be really difficult to continue to be outside. I do think there are very, very safe ways to continue this, especially given the fact that, as Vice President Wong pointed out, we have sports and other things going on with close contact, unmasked. But I think we just have to keep taking precautions. We do what we can. I mean, we're doing a great job. I cannot believe numbers are so low. In the community, we have tested so many people. I don't want to give you numbers, but I can tell you this week I've had 0 positives. I don't know when that's happened. So I'm excited about that. I think we're getting somewhere. The Golden One Center has been back open with all these events. And so our community is coming together doing mega events, right? And we're having 0 positives. That's really cool. So I think it is, I hope that we all rest assured that we're getting to a safer space. I think we're all doing a great job working together, recognizing who's sick and who's not, and hopefully mitigating that by not allowing people to come into public that way, especially with our kids. Yeah, so I feel good about that. That's all I have. I don't. I was super impressed with this wheel that you've created together with Healthy Davis, Healthy YOLO.
I appreciate your
Thank you, that.
perspective, Trustee
Oh, you're
Barnes.
on
You
mute.
have a unique perspective on it, and I just appreciate it. Thank you for kind of providing some clarity from your expertise about what you're seeing.
Thank you.
At the end.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
thank you, Trustee Barnes. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your perspective as well. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, you're next.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate all of the comments made already by my colleagues. Dr. Hildreth, I'm looking at the this document, and one, it is not yet on the public agenda for people to be able to see the presentation, which might be why this mask exemption letter is hard to read because it's very small. As I look at the accommodations and precautions, I know that in much of the recommendations we've seen, it says if you cannot wear any type of face covering, that one recommendation is a virtual academy, but that is not on this list. And I'm wondering if that was a conscious decision.
No, that is one of the, that is a recommendation from Dr. Sisson. We did check as we've been preparing to share this document publicly, that the first request of a family will be if they are able to, if there's a student who is not able to wear a face covering, that is the first request made and offer for the virtual academy or independent study. However, we also know that it is up to a family to enter one of those spaces. But it is the first thing that we will ask and highly encourage.
Okay. And then the decision tree, a question on this says YOLO created a decision tree that shows, I've heard of a lot of families who talk about how they live with somebody who has tested positive for COVID. And that looks different than if you've been exposed to somebody for 15 minutes in one place. And so I'm wondering if there is a space for that, or what that would look like if you are the child of somebody who has tested positive for COVID and you are continuing to live in the same home with them. So what can families do to answer that question? Because unless I'm missing it, that it's clear on here.
So what we will bring that up to Dr. Sisson. This tree, we just received this updated version. However, we have asked Dr. Sisson if she would do a webinar.
Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
We have asked Dr. Sisson if she would do a webinar for families across the county, just as they did. She and County Superintendent Garth Lewis did a Safe School webinar a couple of weeks ago. And the county superintendents did request if there could be another version, which can give us more information about vaccines. We can bring forward this question about adding to the decision tree. And they are looking at a date in the first week of November. So hopefully that will help and allow our families to ask their questions also directly to Dr. Sisson. But we will bring forward a recommendation of how the decision tree might be improved, just to continue to help our families understand what they need to do and know to be safe.
Okay, thank you. And then a huge shout out to all of our community who has signed up to be substitutes, and also to the HR department for that heavy lift. I know that moms and dads that I'm used to seeing, in the pickup line, I'm now seeing answering the door at the school site as substitutes. So that is a huge gift, and I hope that we can continue to build on that. So anyone who is watching this and interested, the great thing about substituting is you can pick the days that work for you, the site that works for you. Okay, and then it is such a gift. So thank you for all of your efforts. Also, Salvador, this testing is a huge gift to the benefactor, to all of our team that's done this work. We have testing for the community now, which has expanded. And then of course, for all of our kids on our campuses and our staff. The numbers to me are incredibly concerning. When I go over the vaccine status, they were surprising to me, as this is our first update with the numbers. It is my understanding, as it was mentioned, that the unvaccinated number also includes decline to state or not yet documented. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was on mute. That is correct. We are considering them unvaccinated if they are declining to state or have not provided the documentation. This week we have been sending out multiple reminders and individual emails to folks to get that to them. I do believe we have about 77 individuals that have just said that they are not going to provide that information. We have, of our total, we sent out pretty close to 1,100 forms. We have about 200 that are still outstanding. So if they haven't responded, they are still considered unvaccinated. So we are following up with that. And again, this data was from Monday. I know we've had some growth over this last week, just because we're saying, okay, well, now you're on the testing schedule. You're going to be testing on Friday and on Tuesday. So that has kind of, I guess, gotten some attention to say, oh, let me get it over to you. Okay. So we will provide another update on that, and hopefully that number has shrunk.
Thank you. Yes, I know that, of course, we've seen information in our region, across our country. Washington Unified is not immune to deaths of members of our staff, and of course of our parents as well. And so from a health and safety standpoint, it's concerning. And also just from running programs, it's concerning, because I have seen, unfortunately, some people who have needed to be out for a very long time with this disease. And so the more we can do to help mitigate that and help keep our community safe, I think the better. And it tells me that we probably have a lot of educating to do, because there is, outside of this board, there will be, we have heard, a state mandate that will come. And so I think we're going to have to do some educating with first our staff around what that means and what that looks like and what the timeline might be as well. And then my question in terms of thinking about our students, our student athletes, our student band members, all of our community, we now know that our staff will be testing if they are unvaccinated, but thinking now about all of our others that we serve, do we have capacity to do mandatory testing, or to test everyone and do opt-out testing of our students at this time?
I would say with our current testing levels, since we do have the expanded teams, we would be able to process that. Some of the teams do include people that we call them runners, that that are in the process of fingerprint clearance, that would be made available to our site principals and to our site testing teams to help, especially with our little guys. They can't go across campus by themselves. So I would say that we do have that capacity now that we've been able to scale up. Additionally, I wanted to share, just for the record, with our MOUs that we're going to be approving later on today, trustees, we are providing employees additional leave to go get vaccinated during their work hours. So that's, again, something else that we're going to try to educate our employees that, we want to really invest in their safety.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So then I would ask my colleagues in the board and that at a future date that we consider looking at having some mandatory testing, or that you opt out of testing maybe instead of opting in, and to explore that. I know my 7-year-old found a pipette and she cut it and created her own testing kit for her baby dolls. And she was really proud of it. So that's how easy it is. Hers isn't, of course, lab approved like Trustee Barnes, but we're not rolling that out to scale. But it just proves that for our kids, it is non-invasive. It's really an easy, quick thing to do, and it's a gift that we have, and so it would be great to take advantage of it. And I think that would ease a lot of the concerns that maybe we're hearing, and do it in a way that is, again, not invasive, and would help give us a really good pulse of our community. So again, thank you for all of this. There's a lot of just really, I'm so grateful for all of the work that's being done and these partnerships, and it's really a model, and can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. It's a good idea. I like that. So, okay, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Does anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none. Vice President Wong, since you're virtual, do you have any yes or no? No. Okay. Good. With that, we have we have two public comments on the consent agenda. Mario, can you open the phone lines for person wishing to speak on the public comment? Oh, wait a minute. Before you do that, let me read the disclaimer. Am I muted? No. No, I'm not. Okay. Members of the public may address the board on topics of our agenda in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against any district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order, and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against the district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Okay, Mario, can you please have the public comment speak on the phone?
Yes, we have Danny Langford, who had a public comment on a consent agenda item. Danny, I've given you the ability to speak, and you may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Danny.
So in regard to O10, the bus charging stations, where will these be placed? Because I see in the transmittal, it says West Moroaks, which we all know that's not West Moroaks anymore. And isn't Fund 1 the general fund? $933,688 is a lot of money, especially when we don't have the number of buses yet for sure, because we don't have the grant for the other 2 buses. We don't know what other vehicles we're going to be purchasing. And if this is going to be placed in MOT, or if it's going to be placed in the parking lot of the old Westmore Oaks River City James Marshall campus, you guys haven't decided what you're going to do with that campus yet, have you? Unless you've done it behind closed doors, because I haven't heard anything publicly about that. So therefore, if you're not going to keep that campus, or you're going to move the bus yard, how much is it going to cost to move those charging stations? Those are my concerns and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, moving on to pre-submitted written comments on agenda item 04 on consent. Gail Costello. First, I was pleased to learn that future meetings will welcome attendees from the public. The news that has been ongoing from Loudoun County School District regarding CRT instruction, and then this week's shocking news of a trans rape and sexual assault in a campus girls' bathroom indicates that every school needs to analyze any policies that they have regarding private locations on campus. Second, item 04, Second, item 04 presents a contract with the National Center for Urban School Transformation. Is West Sacramento an urban school district? Next, it looks at the equity and excellence of every demographic group. And although it is an agenda category that maxes out at 35,000, this contract is for up to 50,000. How can it be considered in this less analytical category? Third, the governor should not be imposing any vaccine requirements on, this is many different things that are listed under agenda item 04. I'll finish reading it. Third, the governor should not be imposing any vaccine requirements on children or even young coaches who have nearly zero likelihood of becoming seriously ill from COVID, but could have lifelong negative effects from the vaccine. Likewise, any child who has had COVID should be excluded since they have 13 times as much natural immunity as a vaccine provides. Thank you. Okay. Let's see.
Kobe, can I ask a question from staff?
Yeah.
I'm not going to pull an item, but can staff probably want to provide clarification? And I think this has been asked in the past about the charging stations and the mobility of the charging stations. I think that's last year or the year before, that was a similar question that was asked, and then clarification on Fund 1.
I'm not familiar with the question on mobility of the charging stations that was asked prior to my joining the district. However, I can answer the questions that were shared. It will be, the plan is indeed to install them at the old Westmore Oaks campus, in the parking lots. And in our budget, we have identified general funds and set that aside for this particular project. What's important is that the current charging stations, they simply do not have the capacity to be able to charge our buses. For example, if our buses are taking our students to Woodland and they come back to charge, it takes too long for them to charge to be able to get back to Woodland to pick up our students. With our future planning, we do plan to continue to acquire electric vehicles. And so these charging stations would support us now with our current buses and with our future plans for electric vehicles.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
I move.
Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Vice President Wong. We'll start with Clerk Venegas. Aye. Trustee Barnes. Aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. All right, the consent agenda is adopted. Okay. On to action items. P1, the approval of the 2021-2022 classified salary schedule to include range 57. Kamaljeet Panu, Assistant Superintendent of HR.
The board is asked to approve the amended classified salary schedule due to going through the reclassification process. With collaboration with CSEA, we developed a new job description that actually has two salary ranges. One of those is 52 and the second one is 57. The job descriptions were previously adopted at the September 9th board meeting. The two job descriptions that were, or the job descriptions that was created with the two salary ranges, employees that have gained certification in their area get to move over to range 57 in honoring their work and their certifications that they've gained to become the experts in those areas. So that's why we're amending the salary schedule to include the 57.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is.
Okay, thank you, Mario. I appreciate that. Do we have any discussion or debate? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion? Oh, did I just? Okay, there we go. I'm back. Can I get a motion?
No.
Moved by Trustee Barnes. Second by Clerk Venegas. We'll start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Okay. That measure is adopted. P2. Sorry. P2, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Riverview chapter number 168 with regard to COVID-19 workplace safety for the 2021-2022 school year. Kamaljeet Panu, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you, President Pozzatti. Again, the board is asked to approve the ratification of the MOU between the CSEA Chapter 168 and the school district. Both of our bargaining teams represented their positions well and collaborated to come to this agreement, which was ratified by CSEA on Monday, October 11th. This MOU provides the safety and meets the needs of both the district and the CSEA members, providing additional leave, as we had talked about, for employees to get vaccinated. It includes parameters that allow for testing within their workday, and it provides them additional leave, similar to SB 95. There we go. Sorry, I went dark for a second. SB 95. So it shows that we are coming to a common agreement to support our employees as we have returned to school.
Great. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Panu. Is there any public comment on this, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Okay. So with that, is there any board discussion? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
I second.
Second by Vice President Wong. We'll start with Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Thank you. Okay, moving on to P3, the approval of the memorandum of understanding between Washington Unified School District and the West Sacramento Teachers Association with regard to the return to full on-campus learning during the 2021-2022 school year and the side letter agreement regarding leaves. Kamal G. Panu, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Again, I want to congratulate both the district's negotiating team and our WSTA partners for reaching an agreement, and which was ratified last week. The agreement provides for the safety needs of our students, for our staff, and maximizing our learning opportunities for student support. Both the district and WSTA still remain committed to our safe return and continue to work together. We have some data points in there which are going to allow us to continue to collaborate throughout the year if guidance so changes. And again, both teams worked really hard to get to the place that we're at today. We did have a side letter that is included in today's adoption recommendation because we wanted to capture that there was parity between both of our bargaining associations to make sure that they had similar leaves, if not the same leaves available to both bargaining CSEA and WSTA membership.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Thank you, Mario. Is there any discussion from the board? No. I will just say this. Thank you to both WSTA, CSEA, and WSDA. WSDA. Nice. WSD's negotiating teams for their long, hard work, their many strenuous hours of getting things done in negotiations. It's a grind. I know negotiations are a grind. It's a process, but eventually we all get to the place that we need to be. And I just want to say thank you to everyone from getting there. And I'm just going to make my pitch one more time. I hope we look and seriously consider interest-based bargaining in the future. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve. Moved by Trustee Barnes. I'll second. I know, it really does. It's really tough. All right. Just yell it out. Clerk Venegas? Aye. Trustee Barnes? Aye. I too vote aye. Vice President Wong?
Aye.
And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
All right. Okay. Moving on to Q1. Board governance. Board action regarding the method of public comment at future board meetings. I want to take this opportunity to say that I made a mistake at the last meeting, and I'm going to own that. It was my bad. And Vice President Wong, I want to say thank you. You did try to correct it. And I will say I am sorry for not handling that in an appropriate fashion. So when I make a mistake, I own it, and I just want to say I'm sorry. But how we take care of that with a potential Brown Act issue, we fix it, and that's what we're going to do tonight. And we're going to have a discussion about our public comment and how we address it in the future. So with that, Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. Yes, we want to take this opportunity to have a discussion, rediscussion with the board regarding any changes or options that we can consider in terms of having the public comment process. And so there are 3 options that the board can consider. We can continue to allow public comment as we currently have that process in use. We can ask that our public comments be shared via voicemail. So if, and that would allow us to have each person's voice recorded during the meeting with their own words. Or we can have public comments where the public still submits their comments in writing. And then instead of reading it during the meeting, we would ensure that each trustee receives the public comment and then they would become part of the minutes and permanent record. So those are the choices that we have this evening.
Great. Damn it. Great. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. I appreciate that. Before we go on to board discussion, we do have public comment on this item. Go ahead, Mario.
Yes, Danny Langford had submitted a request for public comment on this item. Danny, if you would like to make your comment, you may begin.
Thank you. I kind of wanted to talk about this after I heard what you guys had to say, but I will say it's really hard to submit comments when you can't get the website email addresses for you guys. I tried today to email you guys and it kicked it back, and I tried several different times. It wouldn't even let it go through to Mario. So the email addresses are incorrect. The only one that I've ever been able to get through is been in the past Sarah and Jackie. And I don't know if it's because their email doesn't have a period after CA. I don't know what it is. I am glad that you corrected, that you acknowledged your Brown Act violation, Kobe, because honestly, this is the first time you ever have, even though you violated the Brown Act several times this past year alone. You guys should know the Brown Act by now. You can't discuss things that are not on the agenda like that. You cannot poll your board members. And I'm glad you acknowledged it, but I still have to point it out. I get you want to shorten the meetings, but I find it sad how obviously you don't want to hear from the community when you want to limit things like the letters being read. I get some of them are lengthy. I get that. But I think not everybody has an opportunity to go back and read all the letters and see what the community is saying. I think honestly, if you want to shorten your meetings, limit your presentation some and limit your comments some, because some of you guys talk circles. You talk the same thing over and over. And an item that, granted, you need to ask questions, but it doesn't necessarily need to go on for 45 minutes of you guys saying the same things over and over, or each of you saying the exact same thing the other one said. It just blows my mind. And yes, I was on the workshop when I heard Kobe say, how do I shut the community down? How do I shorten their stuff? In all the years I've been going to meetings, and I've been coming a long time because my kids, my youngest graduated in 2010, and I was going long before that. Very rarely, and I mean very rarely, has the 20-minute limit on an item been enacted. And when you do that, you show the community your true heart that you don't want to hear from them. I think it's important that letters be read in, and maybe not just Kobe read it in, maybe you have the vice president read it in or somebody else, so that it's not stressing Kobe because you're running the meeting. There's other ways to look at it, but I think it's important that letters be read. Until this last year, I've never heard of anonymous things being read into the record, ever. That's up to you guys again, but I think it's important that you show the community you really do care what they have to say, because often we cannot get in touch with you guys. It's impossible sometimes, and parts of the website are not up to date. Thank you.
Damn it. Stop. Okay. Come on. Okay, sorry. Okay, now we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Does anybody
Sorry
have...
to interrupt, President Posadi. Maria Grijalva just raised her hand. I guess it's another.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Impossible sometimes.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk. I am actually watching the YouTube simultaneously, and so I just logged on really quick so that I could make a public comment. And I just wanted to echo Danny's sentiments. Sometimes when
sorry to interrupt, President Posadi. Maria Grijalva just raised her hand.
And so sometimes when people make a presentation, it's important to announce that the presenter has finished their presentation, and now it's going to be the public comment period, because I noticed that that's isn't what happens. What happens is that you just go right after the presenter makes their presentation. You say, okay, public comment? No public comment? Okay, thank you. Let's continue. And so I think after the presenter makes their presentation, it's important to say, this concludes my presentation, and now public comment can begin. And that's when you say public comment can begin. So anyway, I wanted to echo what Danny said and also to add that. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. It is now back to the board. Do we have any thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, I have some thoughts.
Go ahead, Vice
And
President.
so one, thank you for acknowledging that. And it was a challenging situation. The Brown Act there is there to actually create public trust and transparency, and something you all that know that I take seriously, especially when I came on board. At the time, Trustee Kirby was always like, Jackie, you got to learn the Brown Act. You got to learn the Brown Act. You got to learn the Brown Act. And I did, and I took it seriously. So I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate you acknowledging that. I think that, you know, it's challenging because I think about are we not going to accept written comments from our union partners who can't show up that we've read into the record? Are we not going to read comments from children who at 10 o'clock at night are not, you know, can't be here? So I think that it's for me, it's a challenging thing in terms of balance. I think that it's also important as the president, you can limit to 20 minutes, that's allowable, or 30 or whatever it is. But I want to acknowledge there are certain voices that won't be heard, right? And even though we'll read it, or even though we read it privately, that I want us to consider that, especially the student voices who've written in, right? Or the Spanish speakers who are for a number of different reasons. There are parents who the only way, because they have to get up to work early, or they're working right now, or whatever, that the only way for them to participate is through writing, right? And so I know that we talk, you know, folks kind of leaned on their preference because we hate long meetings. I get that, but it's also, is there a balance, right, of actually allowing some of the voices that I know that have just been marginalized over time.
Okay.
Right. And I would hate to not read, for example, our CSEA union partners who've also submitted written comments.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments? Yes. Anyone?
Sure, I can get what I had shared before our last meeting in accordance with, you know, following the directions that we were asked to do. And then I spoke publicly too. For me, it's not about length of meeting. I mean, last year we had 44 meetings, I think, when we normally have 22. Some went till 1 a.m. To me, it's not about the length of meeting. It's about the process that's sustainable moving forward. And as I spoke before, I am concerned when I hear any board member who is reading something that may be factually incorrect at times. I don't think that the voice should be read by us. And I don't see many other boards having the actual board members read. Sometimes somebody else does. But my preference was that they are submitted and part of the record. I think that moving forward, even getting out of this COVID time, that is a really nice change to have moving forward, because pre-COVID, we didn't have that. And I think it's a nice way to keep the voice in the public record. And I think it's important to remind our public what many of us do, you know, when I slug kids to city council meetings and whatnot and others, is that public comment at the beginning is important too, because it's absolutely right, Vice President Wong, that the meetings do go late and we're not going to hear from certain people. And so knowing that they have that time that can be done during the agenda, and of course, sometimes you need to hear the presentation to know what your comments are, or it can be submitted at the beginning. If it's written, I assume they didn't need the presentation to write it, right? Because it has a deadline to get in, so that those comments can be said at the beginning of the meeting. So this is in no way not allowing people to still call in or talking about the time limit in any of those ways. This is simply the folks that are choosing to give comments outside of a public meeting. So that would be my preference. And
Well, thank you. And I'll just give my 2 cents. Dating back to when we were back in city council chambers, we would not read the whatever was submitted via writing. That was usually emailed to us, or there were group emails sent to the entire board, and we would read, what's sent to us like we do now, like we get comments from our community, right? If what we did back then was you showed up, you filled out a blue form, and that gave you kind of a line in which you're going to speak on any particular item. And I'm hopeful that we can get back to that in some way, shape, or form. And now that we're meeting in person with room for people to come and attend, we may not be in city council chambers, but I'm hopeful that we can have kind of the same sense of normalcy. So I would be in favor of that. One thing I really don't think we should have is anonymous public comments written and submitted. That's really hard to accept when people won't put their name to something. Because if we were back again pre-COVID and you had to make a public comment, or if you wanted to make a public comment, you had to show up in person and you had to state your name for the record. So it's also about making a name for the record so we can know who's making the public comment. So from my perspective, I would prefer that we start to go back to our old ways of being able to have our sense of normalcy, because eventually we will be back at city council chambers, and eventually we will be doing this the same way. So unless we decide that we print out every single public comment and then we have somebody read it prior or during the board meeting. And I just don't, I want to start us going down the direction of moving back into our normalcy, into what we usually do when we are not in this COVID era.
I want to be clear that our normalcy is different for every president, right? Sometimes they were read, and I want to be also clear that our labor partners have emailed and we've read it into the record. So are we also saying that our labor partners, when they email us, we're not going to read those either?
Okay, I understand, and I appreciate that, Vice President Wong. I wanted to give others a chance to speak real quick. Either of you have any?
Well, sorry. You guys heard what you just said, but I didn't. I have to mute and then unmute, and so I'm sorry. Can you or do you want to do you guys mind if she says that again?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Vice President Wong.
Okay, we couldn't hear you because, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I think normalcy and practice is different for every presidency. It just isn't. Some president did. I mean, there is what is normal is actually respect. Again, you are the board president. This is a preference, and I'm going to say that I also have a concern that our labor partners who have in the past submitted and we've read into the record, are we going to stop doing that too? That's a concern of mine. That is a public comment that in the past, if it's been emailed, we've read it.
This is not up to me, Vice President Wong. This is up to the board.
It's a discussion of governance. It is.
It's not about presidency. You said it was about how a president handles this, and this is not up to me. This is how the board is going to handle.
I want to be clear that you said that it's what's normal, and I would say every presidency handles public comment differently. I just want to be clear that there isn't a standard, or, I mean, again, we can go back and look at it, but I also think that there are times that President Jackson read stuff into the record. I don't think what is normal. I think we just should look forward to what y'all want and how you want to govern moving forward.
And
I think
that's
that there
what the
was,
discussion is.
right, correct. So I don't want to, normal is relative.
Okay, but I want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with my presidency. This has nothing to do with that. This is what the board wants to do. And this why I'm asking everybody here for their opinions. So with that, Trustee Barnes.
I appreciate the feedback from everyone first, because I clearly am new-ish, and I see everybody's perspectives. I appreciate, I don't know how I feel about anonymous comments, only because I feel like you would we would need to be there. In the past, I've sat on board meetings and spoken, whether it was on the phone or, at home. It was always at home. But, I did speak in the beginning. So I agree with that perspective, like that, when it's something that you want to speak on, that you show up in the beginning and do it, or sit through the presentation. I know it is difficult though, for many public people, teachers, labor partners, a lot of people to be able to sit through the entire thing when they have to get up, in the morning and work. And there might be every 2 weeks is an often occurrence for people to have to sit and they may want to say something every time. So I do appreciate the email. I guess my question maybe, and my thought is like, how important would it be for us to hear it as opposed to read it? Because I do think it's important it's going to be in public record no matter what. When it's in the minutes, then the community can see it. So, and we would each get a copy. So I do support that. I think given the COVID times and the difficulty with communication, often a lot of, emotions, it is hard to often, it can get lengthy, and again, I do want to hear what everyone has to say. I want to know how everyone's feeling. I'm okay with your emotions. I accept your emotions. I welcome them. But I also don't know that the appropriate thing to do is to continue having, like we were talking about, given the fact that it's COVID, 44 comments or 24 or whatever. If they're read into email. If it is that important, maybe it's something that we do in person. So I'm really not saying anything. I'm processing, and I'm sorry. I just want to be clear that I do appreciate the community and their input, and I could go either way. It does seem like we were getting I do feel like we were getting a little lengthy in our reading of public comments. As opposed to having people participate. But maybe I'm wrong. I think
All right.
And I appreciate the beginning.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas, go ahead.
Okay, because thank you. Because it seems like everybody's pretty open. I'm gonna go with anonymous comments shouldn't be read. If I think sometimes that's just more for the board to know, and I don't know. I'm not really. I would say no reading on the anonymous. Go ahead and put that out there. And I think that there's just something special about hearing it. I think that even when people submit it in writing form, I think we encourage voice message or voicemail. I don't know if there's some sort of application on the website that they could just record and submit on their phone and an app, make it even more simpler. Whatever we can do to encourage voice. I think whether it's our students submitting a recording of their voice or their public comment, or whether it's the community, whatever we can do to encourage voice, I think that's what we go with. It gives us more of an acknowledgement I think it gives you more of a sense of being heard when we actually hear it. There's a difference. And that's what I would lean on. Yes, it can get lengthy, but I think ultimately, I think it simplifies a lot of the work that we do when we know what the community is feeling, whether it's a different language. I think that when we start to play that, I think Jackie Wong brought it up. If it's a different language, then what happens, and translating it and doing all of that, taking the time, feels like there's more of feels a bit more special, and I think it's it helps build that trust and that acknowledgement. So I'm going to go with reading and not reading the anonymous comments. That's what I'm gonna go with.
And Trustee Barnes just noticed that it is 10:08. So Trustee Barnes, do you have something you'd like to say? I move to extend past 10 o'clock.
I propose that we vote to lengthen the meeting.
Is there public
So
comment
first
on it? And shall we read it?
Is there a second? Second by Clerk Venegas. We'll start with Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay.
I think that a while ago, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez had said that Davis does recordings and they play it. I think that's a nice touch too, so that people can hear their own voice. And I think Clerk Venegas there is something special about hearing your own voice and emotions and all that, because reading, we put in our own emotions to that, right? And so to the degree that that's possible, to have people, have their own voice, I think that's powerful.
That's a fair, sorry, am I echoing? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I think that is a fair point. The question I have is, then what order we put that in terms for the 20-minute time limit? Do we prioritize, like, first for those that call in person live first? Do they get first priority? And then those that submit written will be third priority, and those that leave a voice recording would be second priority. Is that kind of how we would do that? Trustee.
President Pizzotti, I think that I definitely support if we're going to go with it being vocal read, that it is instead of voice calling in, than a board member reading. With that said, it won't read into the public comment the same way if it's shared in terms of if you run out of time. So it is important to have that consideration of the time period of if people are person. Right now, we don't have that problem because there's 0 guests, although they could be here in person. But that potentially, if we're talking about things that'll be long-term, unless we make this a short-term plan as we continue to ease back into our traditional board meetings. I know I'm certainly very ready to get off Zoom.
Yeah.
But if it is temporary, then that might have different implications than long-term.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting, it's a dilemma, because I mean, some of our items certainly do, they certainly do run on and on and on. And I want to make sure that those that have stayed on to, make their public comment either in person, because we will have some of those soon. Now that we are back in person and accepting, people into the facility to have, public comments. Now that we're starting to do that, we've got to prioritize them, right? We want to make sure that they have, and they get their 3 minutes, and that they will be within the, the 20-minute time period. And then, the ones that call in would be next for sure. But then where do you prioritize if you did a voice recording, where would you prioritize the voice recording and then those that submit a written, So I mean, the potential for this to go beyond, because basically you're looking at either 6 or 7 speakers, right? Otherwise they're going beyond their 20-minute time period. And so, you know, that's just kind of we should, if we go that route, Clerk Venegas, then we should lay out a prioritization, right?
I think to that, I like the way Sarah said, you know, we're going temporary because we're navigating, right? We're navigating with the new. So I think that we don't put the pressure to just say this is forever how we're going to do it. I think it's clear that we want to do our best to allow everybody to be heard. I think it going on the record, written would probably, in the way I'm seeing it, is the people that are the present, and then the people that call in, and then the voice so that it's heard. And then I would put the written still, it's still on the record, and we still save that. But again, with the mindset that we're navigating through, and you know, when those times come, we can adjust to best hear the voice. Because if we attempt to figure it all out as we're navigating, moving forward versus going backwards, we're not going back to normal, whatever normal is. We're moving forward into, you know, allowing people to be heard, and encouraging people to show up to the board meetings, and encourage people to speak up. And so I think we go with a mindset of navigating and temporary.
That's a good compromise. I certainly look forward to the days when we're back in City Hall chambers, and we have those celebrations where we have, you know, folk dancers come in, and then we have the syncopating sea monkeys come in and provide these celebrations for us, right? We have, you know, this in-person aspect to it. I really, really am missing those days. I mean, that's what made being on the board worthwhile, and also seeing the people come up and make their public comment. So I'm really looking forward to those being the days of our future.
President Pizzotti, I have a question, just a clarifying question, so we can make sure that we know what the process is. So what I'm hearing is the will of the board is for public comment to remain an option in person for those who would like to attend.
It would be our top priority.
Okay, so in person would be the top priority of public comments, and then the live calls.
Right.
And then allowing those who would like to leave a voicemail option.
Yes. God darn it, I froze.
Dr. Hildreth, you're muted.
Thank you. And then the public comment that would be part of the record. So are we wanting to include all 4 options? I'm just not, I'm hearing a lot of different options.
I don't think we've, I'm not on the call, but I don't think we've come.
I'm sorry, I can't hear President Pizzotti at all, so I don't know if somebody wants to unmute, so I can't hear him at all.
I'm sorry, Jackie, I got kicked off, so this is effectively a 4th option that we're kind of creating on the fly. I don't know where everybody stands yet on that. So I'm going to say there's option 3. Can you run that down real quick? Because I think everybody was at least for that, or option, some kind of hybrid between that and option 2.
So I could go through just what the original 3 options were to continue with the current process that we do now. There is a live call available. You can email your comment and it is read. So that is continuing with the current process. Option 2 was voicemail public comments, where public comments may be submitted by voicemail by a certain time, maybe 2 o'clock on board meeting date at a designated phone number. And then those messages would be played during the meeting if time permits. We still are, don't want to go beyond the 20 minutes, but that's an option. And the requester would need to indicate the item's number and title in the message. So we would know this voicemail is for 04, 05, whatever it might be. And then option 3 was to have the written public comments submitted to the board. However, those would be included in the meeting minutes. They just would not be read out loud. So those were the original 3 options.
Okay. So, well, let's start with this. Let's start with how many have, we'll poll the board here in terms of giving direction to the superintendent. We'll start with option 3. Does any?
I guess
So it's a little like, I am wondering in terms of direction.
Okay,
Sometimes like it's
Wait, one at a time, guys, one at a time, please.
President
Please.
Pizzotti needs to call.
Yeah, okay. So Clerk Venegas, you had a question, go ahead.
No, I think just to put my position is moving forward, I think that what we're thinking, and I know what my position is all the options just in priority form. So none of those options, not 1, 2, or 3, but all options, thinking about moving forward and having people in person. Live is first, call-in is second, voice is third, and then reading is fourth, without counting anonymous messages. That's my take.
Okay, so that's what you would prefer?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have a clarifying question just on that? Just when you say written comments, are you meaning written comments as they are now where it's being read by a board member, or written comments that are submitted into the record and not read?
Written comments being read with time allowed.
Thank you.
Can be read by others than the board. Can it be read by
If there's
staff?
somebody.
Yeah. I am wondering on process and time, because we're getting a little bit weedy here. If Dr. Hildreth, if you can just outline the options, and then we're having the full, again, it's a facilitation conversation we're having right now, and then maybe separately, just maybe the board can vote. Yes, Clerk Venegas, I think I agree with you, but I think I also need to see it because it's a little bit late and we've kind of moved all over the place with it, and so yeah. Unless folks are really okay with like what I support Clerk Venegas, what he kind of laid out, but I don't know if everyone's clear on what that is.
I think we got to that. I think we got to that clarification. You said in person first, phone second, and then a voicemail third, and then being read if time allows, as fourth. Am I frozen? God.
I can hear
Okay.
you. Continue to talk. You're frozen, but you're talking. It's fine. Continue.
Okay. So that would be fourth. I would hope that we could have staff read that then. Yeah, I will. That would be those 4 that Clerk Venegas. I'm trying to clarify. Is that correct? Okay, good. Then I'll go Trustee Barnes.
I don't feel passionately about anything.
Okay. Ambivalent one way or the other, right? That's okay. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. First, I will say I have not heard any school boards have this conversation or city council members at length. And I know many have done just move forward with what they're doing. So I do appreciate that you're working so hard to build consensus, President Pizzotti. I do not feel that, given if we're moving forward with multiple options, I do not feel that written comments should be read, given that there are other avenues that people with your suggestions can move can make their voice heard clearly.
Right. Okay.
I
appreciate that. And Vice President Wong, go ahead.
I said I support what Al put out there.
Okay, I'll put out there. So
he seems to be following the most closely.
Yeah. Okay. I will say I would prefer to have the trustees be able to read the public comments and have them submitted, because we're going to see them anyway. I don't think having one of us read them or having a staff member read them is going to be the best interest of time. But I do like the idea of having potentially a voicemail that could be as the third and final, because that's one way somebody could do it. They could, instead of having us read, or one of staff read the comments in, somebody could leave a voicemail and do it. And that would be actually better than, having a staff member read it, because you hear it in their own voice, right? So you would start with first in person, second would be via a call up, and then third would be leave a voicemail. And then if you submit something written, we have the opportunity to read it during public comment on that item, right? And we can read that, but we don't have to have it written read into the record. That would be my choice, but that kind of leaves us more out all over the place. So in the interest of fairness and compromise, I will certainly say that I'll agree with you, Al, and I'll throw my weight behind that idea. The priority would be in person first, phone second, call in second, and then third voicemail, and then fourth, if there's time remaining on the 20-minute time limit. And remember, these are all up to 3 minutes. Then one of us would read, or staff would read. That's mine. So that's 1, 2, 3. 3 in favor, 1 either way, and then 1 for option 3.
Got it.
Okay. At this point, I'm sorry. Okay. Just not right. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, Sarah. I apologize. Okay. Okay, let's see. Jeez. Moving on. Are we clear? Is everybody clear? I just want to make sure we're all clear. Okay. First read of revisions to board policy and administrative regulation 5145.3, non-discrimination harassment. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
Thank you again, everybody. It is crucial for us to put all students on a path to success. However, many of our LGBTQ students are left feeling unsupported in their schools. In order to ensure that school learning environments are supportive of all students, it's critical to implement specific policies and procedures that support LGBTQ youth and promote safe and healthy learning environments that advance equity and respect for all our students in our schools. In early September of this year, a working group of administrators met to create a draft revising board policy and administrative regulation 5145.3, non-discrimination harassment. The draft was also shared with a student focus group at River City High School. And then it was shared with the board subcommittee for board policy on September 8th, 2021, which conducted a review to consider revising this board policy and administrative regulation 5145.3. High school students from River City High School, YOLO, and Washington Middle College High School also were participants at that board subcommittee meeting. Since then, An additional focus group with students from River City High School met afterward to consider further revisions. The draft you have tonight has been edited to reflect all that input. With me tonight is also Dr. Andre Phillips, who has been involved in all the meetings regarding this feedback. So we ask you to take a look at it and let us know if you'd like to make that our new board policy or to bring it back with further revisions.
Trustee Barnes and I were on it, and I want to say that the students contributed a lot, and these are their revisions. And I'm gonna say I wanted to look at it because I thought we didn't have this, and I didn't remember that President Pizzata, you and I had already passed this a while back, but I do appreciate the updates on changing the references to she, her to theirs. So we're just going to reiterate that we support LGBTQIA students, and then hopefully we can actually put this in action. So if you look at the amendments that are very simple, we had already codified this a while back and just updating the language.
Thank you. First, I wanted to take public comment if there was any, Mario. Is there any?
There is no public comment.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure, let me see, I think, oh, I might have missed the board policy one. There we go. I know I saw a line in there, and I think I brought it up to you, Dr. Hildreth, that it says something about so severe, and it had to do with what we will and will not tolerate. And I'm trying to find it now. It said so severe and pervasive. And I just, for some reason, didn't like the term so severe. It should be period. Like, we should not tolerate any discrimination or bullying or harassment of any kind to our LGBTQ students, or anyone for that matter. But I mean, I can't, now I'm looking for it. I can't seem to find it.
Was it in the AR or BP? Do you recall?
I don't think it was in the AR. I'm looking in the BP right now. Maybe this is the, let me see. No, okay. Wait, is, okay, so it looks like the AR, or at least I just clicked on the link for BP
It's
and
on
it
the
says
board.
AR.
I'm sorry, it's on the board policy, first page. Down, I think it's the 1, 2. Oh, I saw it. Third paragraph where it says unlawful discrimination, starts off with unlawful discrimination. And if you keep reading.
Yes. Okay, so the discrimination, intimidation, retaliation, and bullying students, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing, so I'll just say, what it says for me is that I am in the administrative regulation and I clicked on the BP. And so I think both of them are loaded, the AR and the BP on the agenda online are both ARs. So
yeah, they are uploaded twice. The AR is uploaded under the BP link.
Okay, so I remember reading it. When it was first sent out. Okay.
So it seems like on process, because it hasn't. This is, I mean, unless the board has taken a deeper look on the BP, maybe we should bring it back for clarification on the BP if you have an edit.
Yeah, I mean,
discussion.
See, I don't know what is, I'm not sure if it was that when I read it, if it was actually law or if it was, a part of, the BP. Okay. I can't imagine.
Are you still looking for it?
Yeah, I'm
It's on the
sorry.
board policy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not uploaded correctly, so I can't
Oh,
look at
got
it.
it.
That's why I can't find it.
Would you like me to read that to you?
Yeah. So we can't
So
adopt it anyway.
It actually says unlawful discrimination also includes the creation of a hostile environment through prohibited conduct that is so severe, persistent, or pervasive that it affects a student's ability to participate in or benefit from an educational program or activity. And it goes
Yes.
on from there.
That's exactly what I was looking at. I just didn't like the idea that it had to be so severe. I mean, I thought that was very weak language. And it meant that if you're going to harass somebody, it had to be severe harassment, or if you're going to discriminate against somebody, it had to be severe discrimination. So I didn't like the caveat. I didn't like that kind of, I don't know.
And President Rizzo, this is the legal terminology for title, the Title IX stuff. Like it's legal specific language.
Yeah. I just didn't know if that, and that was my question. I didn't know if it was the law or if it was just a part of the board policy that we have the ability to amend or not.
Yeah, that is part of the law, but as board members, we can always amend to what we want for our district. So you want to lower threshold for?
No, I want to increase the threshold. When you say so severe.
Or increase, right.
Yeah.
Right, but so severe, you would just eliminate it. So it'd just be, what is the bar? The so severe is and that's
a low
following
bar.
is legal
Yeah.
terminology.
Yeah. To me,
It's
so severe
a legal
means,
threshold.
Yeah. To me, so severe means the bar is lowered because it has to meet a certain level of severity. We shouldn't tolerate it at all, right? I thought in terms of bullying, we were a zero tolerance district, and harassment.
If I could read it, it would help.
Yeah.
Are we able to adopt this or not? Because
We can't, no, we can't adopt it, but I mean, if we could make amendments to it based on what we're talking about, we can't even really do that.
So I suggest that we come back because
Yeah.
it's a little bit late and it's a little bit, we'll do some more research. We're asking staff to do specific research with legal that, and confirming or seeing whether or not we can amend this and come back because not all the board has it in front of them.
Right.
So I would suggest right now pulling it for a discussion specific to this this paragraph that President Pizzotti has raised.
And I would appreciate that. I mean, I was just curious. I didn't even think to ask if that was legal definition.
Right.
President Pizzotti, you froze again.
We will clarify and bring that back for a second read.
And President Pizzotti, as you said, even if you didn't have the question tonight, it's not posted. So it should not be approved for the public as well.
So you're frozen and I don't hear you. So moving, would you like me to take over to facilitate? We have one more item or a couple more items. So we are pulling that. And if folks are okay, I'm gonna move on to
Vice
Q3.
President Wong, he's coming right now.
Okay, we're moving on to Q3.
Q4. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Q3, yeah.
Q3, sorry.
First read of revisions to board policy and administrative regulation 7211 developer fees.
Hi, good late evening. So I will be thorough but quick in this conversation. This item is the first read for revisions to the developer fee board policy and administrative regulations. I'll give just a brief description of what developer fees are. Developer fees, also called impact fees, are fees that the district receives when there's residential, commercial, or industrial construction within our school boundaries. We receive just a few dollars per square foot, and the purpose is for the district to use those funds to improve our facilities in anticipation of the increased number of students that may come to our district as a result of that construction. I will say developer fees do not provide us a large amount of money and enable us to build new schools. That's why we have our bonds to help us in those efforts. For these particular policies, we do recommend, and we'll come back to you for adoption, but we recommend that we have a discussion on them, but we also want to share that a lot of this language is really cleanup language. It's no major changes to developer fees. It's really just helping us to make our policy and administrative regulations a little more clear. What questions do you have?
First, hang on a second. First, let me check to see if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Okay, thank you. Board discussion. Vice President Wong, you were in the committee. Do you have any comments on it?
No, it's just alignment, and we're updating the board policy. But as we know, developer fees, like, they don't really come to us because of the issue. So it's fine to align with the CSBA recommendations at this point.
Agreed. Any other discussion, comments? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't see any changes that need to be made. So with that, I think it can come back to us for a second read and adoption next time. On to Q4, first read and revision of board policies and administrative regulation 3511.1, integrated waste management. Monique Stovall, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Okay, this is the last item.
Yeah. No. No, I lost you.
Monique, you froze.
Yeah. I know, I thought we did too.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now. Go ahead.
Okay,
Monique.
great. Thank you. Okay, we'll just keep going. So this is first read of the integrated waste management policy and administrative regulations. There are a bit more revisions to this policy per recent regulations changes. The major change is the addition and the requirement to create and implement an organic waste management program within our district. What that means is, think of our food scraps and our tree trimmings. We need to ensure that we're complying with new regulations to create a recycling program for that. We can create a program internally, and we can also work with an external partner to be able to do that. Program.
Okay.
Open for questions, public comment.
Public comment. Is there any, Mario?
There is no public comment.
Well, thank you. And is there any comments or questions from the board? Any discussion? Okay. Let me quickly go to Vice President Wong because she was on the committee. Do you have anything you wanted to add, Vice President?
No, I know it's an inside joke with me and Trustee Barnes. So Stan, how do you feel about this is my question. I would say that some of our students really enjoyed this board policy.
He gave a thumbs up. Stan gave
a thumbs up. And so a lot of our board, our students stayed all the way to the end, including, and they were excited about this. So I want to pass this on and support the adoption of it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Thank you. And thank you to our committee members for your work here in getting student voice. I was at one of our gardens and they were not able to dispose of some of the, the garden waste because the green bin had been removed. Not the green bin, the brown, the organic waste bin.
The organic waste bin.
So then we learned that that was, I guess, a cost saving measure by the district during COVID. I do appreciate our facility staff who has since committed to, at the garden sites, adding in some of those bins, but it didn't sound like it was at every site, which led me to wonder, how are we managing our green waste if we don't have bins at every site? That's not a question to answer immediately. I am supportive of this board policy, but it is a question for us to maybe have an update on so that we can better understand that, because you know, our first thought was, did somebody steal the bin? What happened to it? And I was surprised to hear that the district had removed some of them.
Okay. Any other comments? No? Okay, I don't have any as well. So this can be moved back to second read when it comes to before us next time. All right. Moving on to board and superintendent comments. Dr. Hildreth, we can't wait to see your presentation. Let's make it very long. Okay?
So, good evening, trustees, and this is the time where we get to celebrate and share some additional good news of things happening in the district. I just really want to start again. It's been shared about the work with our labor partners, and we really want to thank WSTA and WUSD bargaining teams for working so hard on the return to campus MOU and the side letters and the ongoing collaboration with CSEA that really is ensuring that the voices of our staff are heard and acknowledged. So that is really important for us to highlight and continue as we go through a year with lots of changes, needing to adapt and be flexible. So next slide. We want to focus on that there are many opportunities for employment here in WUSD. We're hiring, we have diverse job options, we have great salaries, amazing benefits, and most important, amazing people in our district, our staff, our students, and the community. It's, take it from me, a newbie, it is a great place to be. So I'm looking for other people to come join me. Like, let's bring some of our community members into our district. We have an immediate need for substitute teachers, for paraeducators, for youth outreach specialists, for school crossing guards, and special ed bus attendants. So if you or someone you know is looking for a great opportunity to jumpstart a career in public education, give us a call. I would say today, but I'm going to say tomorrow. So WUSD wants you to join our team. Okay, next slide. We want to highlight quickly the funding, how we've been using our funding. We had our ESSER 3 presentation today about how we want to continue to provide some of the supports and services that we have for our students. But we thought it's really important to acknowledge and share what we're doing with the funding that is already in place from our AB 86 dollars. So our schools have shared some of the great ways that they're utilizing these resources. We've got our SEL support in our classrooms, being able to push in for instructional support, provide additional materials for intervention, and professional development is happening at Bridgeway Island. Next slide. We see that at Southport, they have the Sports for Learning program that allowed us to have some different type of afternoon activities. We've got intervention in the morning and the afternoon, homework help, more PD with guided reading and AVID, and professional development for our classified staff on SEL and how to support our students, and again, with more classroom support and materials. Additionally, at Stonegate, along with the other strategies some of our schools are using. We also have the peer mentors with Miss Rivers, Playworks, activities that are happening during recess for 1st through 8th graders. We've got virtual parent presentations with Victor Services, making sure we're giving that information to our families about what to look for suicide awareness, suicide ideation, knowing what to look for on social media. So a lot of good information, not only for our staff and our students, but for our families is happening at Stonegate. Next slide. At Washington Middle College, they are very excited because they have revived and organized their sports team. They have Naviance, which is a platform that allows for really good college course planning, getting your college applications out. They're tracking their alumni to see how successful they're being, and they too are focused on social emotional lessons. Next slide. We want to take an opportunity just again to say thank you to our wonderful school administrators, because this is California Week of the School Administrator, and honoring all of our hardworking administrators, where they were working hard before, but what we have seen, and again, I have seen with a new lens, is amazing work by our administrators. I'm just so impressed by the dedication. We heard from, for example, from Principal Billingsley, all that's happening at River City, and that same type of intensity and support and focus is happening at all of our school sites. I think this is the first district that I've seen where we have administrators who go and do home visits. Usually home visits are done, but again, our principals are out there. They know their families. They want their families to know that their school sites are a place where there's going to be nurturing and support and love, happiness, joy, school spirit. So thank you so much for your hard work and dedication each and every day, making this a district of extraordinary possibilities, because we have extraordinary people. So grateful. Next slide. We also want to make sure that we highlight and celebrate that it's National School Lunch Week. This week, it celebrates the lunch program, which assists all of our schools and districts across the nation to provide meals to students. We have a fun and creative campaign theme, Wild About School Lunch, which highlights the importance of a healthy school lunch to students and success. Make sure they're successful in and outside of the classroom. We invite parents to help us out, and please complete your meal program application so that we can continue to offer services for all of our students. Next slide. And then lastly, we have 2 weeks until every kid's favorite holiday. You think it's Christmas? It's not. It's Halloween. Halloween is a big deal because not only do you get candy, but you get to dress up. And so we will be partnering with the city of West Sacramento for the 2nd annual Safe Trick or Treat. It will be held at River City High School on Saturday, October 30th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And cars will drive through a pre-planned route. And we've got WSD groups like our cheerleaders, the River City Regiment, the theater team, the Legacy Project. Everybody will have booths. And we also have partners who are working with the district and the city, such as YCCA, Stanford Sierra Youth and Families, and Victor Services. So we're very excited. The information is posted on westsacfund.org. We'll also post the information on our website. All ages are welcome, and it will be a fun weekend of costume wearing, candy eating. And then we hope everybody will keep their candy at home though on Monday, November 1st. So have fun. Halloween's always great and even better when it's on a weekend. So that is the updates
Awesome.
for this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will be in my finest unicorn attire because that's what I'm going as for Halloween, as a unicorn. Let's see. Let's go to Trustee Barnes.
Well, mine will be short. I am excited for Halloween too. I was just thinking, I think I'm gonna wear a wig because like my hair is pink, but maybe I'll be like gray to be normal, right? Yeah, no, I'm excited for Halloween. And I'll also thank you for everything tonight. It's been great. It's been a good week. I think I just want to reiterate, I hope that everybody is feeling safer. I'm excited that the case rates are dropping and what we're doing has been good. I think we can still keep improving and I look forward to 2 or 0. So yeah, thanks for everything. This is a great meeting. It's getting late.
Thank you. Trustee.
Okay, thank you. I do hope in the next, I know you've had this conversation before, but in the 2x2, it can be discussed about using City Hall. Here we are all together and we're still staring, here and our meetings are just so clunky still because of technology. So hopefully that will still be in not too far away. I do want to acknowledge that it was said that our emails were not working. And we of course all want to hear from the public. And so I did check, it worked for me. However, there's a period at the end. So maybe it's worth it to go into the website if that is throwing people for a loop and just not have it end a sentence for all of us, if that makes sense. Our email and then a period at the end to end the sentence. And then again, very thankful for everything that happened this evening, all the work that people are doing. Some of our school administrators are also in this room as district administrators and the work that that they're all doing. So we appreciate you by hopefully ending before 11. And I also want to give a shout out to all of the conferences that are happening this week all over. It's really, despite all the bumps, it is really getting into the groove at school. Our kids are learning. It's just been really phenomenal. And those student-led conferences, even virtual, have been a really great thing to participate in. Lastly, I'd like for us to the gun safety letter that we had talked about at the beginning of the school year. I think it is up on our website, but it would be good to have that communication, make it into people's inboxes to get emailed out. Also that we're getting the presentations that are shared here tonight, these rich, really powerful presentations, that they are getting uploaded to the agenda so that they're there for public record, that we can go back and look at. The ones tonight were not all there. And then the lights keep shooting. This is why we need to be at a different location too. Our lights keep going off for anybody watching at home. And then lastly, as we talk about, the Brown Act and other pieces and how to make sure that we refined our practice, I think it's also important to probably revisit and maybe have Marie send a memo she's done before about navigating the world of social media, because open meeting laws and texting or using devices, what that looks like and what is prohibited and what is not. Thank you.
Mil gracias. Gracias a todos. Thank you to everybody. Do I add if I wanted to add a future board item?
We will do that.
Okay, yeah, gracias. Gracias a todos. Everybody's doing, just, it's been incredible. And I wouldn't want to repeat stuff, but gracias.
All right, Vice President Wong.
Caminho. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Caminho.
All right, thank you, Vice President Wong. It is getting late, and I will keep my comments brief too. I just wanted to say thank you to, again, the WSD negotiating team, WSTA and CSEA negotiating team for coming together on the return to school MOUs and getting that done. I'll reiterate, I really would like to see us go into the way of IBB for the future negotiations. I did want to say also thank you to everyone that has signed up for testing. Now that we can do it, you can sign up one time and your kid can be pulled out of class on either, one day of the week or at the end of the week if there's two options. That's great. That's huge, actually, because I think that's going to get more kids involved in testing on a regular basis in case somebody forgets to sign up again, right? So I think that's absolutely huge. I would just also like to say thank you for staff, especially all those that I see on here still, as well as President Knepp for sticking around. Jay, I wanted to recognize you, and Matt and Andre and Stephanie, as well as the cabinets here. I know we're long-winded, but I definitely want you to know that you're appreciated. Thank you for sticking around. We're a very chatty bunch, and I definitely wanted to say thank you and make sure you're well known. But most importantly, I wanted to say thank you to Mario. So he's back there keeping the ship afloat, and I wanted to recognize him because he's the one that's helping me out with the public comment. And I do want to say I appreciate you. So thank you, Mario.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with that, now I'm going to go to future board agenda items and Al.
Thank you. This past week, I had some conversations with community members, and really great points were brought up. So I wanted to kind of just maybe get an update on how are we translating. This is a 4 or 5 hour meeting, and I know Stacy Tran has been doing an incredible job of translating the questions, but how are we translating the information, the meetings, whether it's district, campus, board meetings? Just would want to get an update on that, as to what are we thinking moving forward, how do we improve that, and where are we at with translation? That's it for me.
All right.
I like that.
I know that VAPA, I know that everybody's working on that. Yeah, it just wasn't on here. And then, so thank you. And then a discussion in the future, I think, on the idea of having testing being everyone's testing, but then if we have an opt-out process or something instead, since it looks like we're building capacity, what if we can get to that place?
Right. And I actually want to quickly go back to board comments because I made the mistake, or I didn't make the mistake. I wanted to say that 2x2, because you brought it up, the 2x2 committee, we asked about City Hall and when that was going to open up, and they said it's indefinitely closed for, right, and for the public. They would allow us to use it, but just us, so not open to the public. So any other future board agenda items? Vice President Wong, do you have anything? No. Trustee Marnas? No, I do not. And with that, the agenda is clear and we may be adjourned.